Right, good afternoon. Let's resume. I've just got one housekeeping matter to pick up on. The gentleman who was apparently here on Monday morning, but start again Tuesday morning, but not Tuesday afternoon. Gentleman called Alex Page. Some confusion as to whether he was Alex Page or Alex Price. Anyway, he's explained why he wasn't here and why he left. The upshot is that he has apparently submitted a written statement, which I haven't yet accepted, but I'm going to accept. So when the parties see something from Mr. Alex Page, that's why it's come in and you won't recognise the name. But I think under the circumstances, he was here, he was intending to speak, but didn't. So that's Alex Page. Once I've got back to the case officer and accepted that what is obviously technically late submission. Okay, moving on to this afternoon. Obviously, we've got the cross-examination coming up. Mr. Morici, you were originally estimating about 4 hours running over into tomorrow. Where do you think you are?
I think I probably am still there, about there. Certainly not going to be shorter, I don't think.
So are we thinking probably running over to tomorrow?
I think probably we will, but hopefully not too far.
Yeah, which is where we were.
Okay.
So, okay. Right. Well, without further ado, then, Mr. Morici.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Petro. We've really got to stop meeting like this. But I wanted to
people will talk, sir.
Exactly. Now, can I ask you, please? I'm going to take you to various documents, but there's 4 or 5 that it'd be useful for you to have out throughout, if possible. So one of them is obviously your proof, and the other, of course, is Mr. Smith's proof and his appendices to his proof, which are all together in NID 5.3. I think you've got a hard copy up there, haven't you? Of the great. The other is the Landscape Statement of Common Ground, which is NID 4.10. And then the other is the appendices to the LVIA, which are CD 2.54. And there's 3 parts to that. And I think we'll need all 3 parts at various points. So those are the ones I'd like you to have to hand throughout. And we'll go to a few others as we go through. So can I just begin by understanding your role in this matter? We know planning permission was refused, I think, back in May 2023. And I think I recall from the last inquiry, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were instructed at some point prior to that refusal to give some advice to the council. Is that correct?
Correct.
But we don't have that advice, do we, before the inquiry? No. And then following the refusal, you were instructed at some point after that to provide evidence on that first appeal, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of your visits to the site, we established last time that you went on an organised site visit around the site in November 2023, which was just a few weeks before proofs were exchanged on that first inquiry. And then I think you told me, correct me if I'm wrong, last time that you did one further site visit prior to that first inquiry, but only viewing the site from public accessible viewpoints. Is that all correct? And then did you go on the appeal site visit with Inspector Bristow?
We did, but what happened is rather odd, that we all rocked up to the car park. We accompanied the inspector through phase 1. Then he politely said, "Leave me alone." He went off by himself.
Oh, okay, so you didn't go back onto the site,
no,
the appeal
not
site?
Not with the inspector, but I have been back to the site since with the team again.
Well, when did you go back? Because there was a site visit organised a few weeks back or months back for the Rule 6 parties.
I wasn't there, no.
So when did you go on to the site? Because it's mostly private.
I went to the site again with our barrister maybe 2 months ago,
But
from memory.
But what was that, just from the publicly accessible viewpoint?
No, we walked through the site. We did the same thing. We went to the phase 1, introduced ourselves, and they led us through the site. There's the site is fenced, and there's a locked gate. They gave us the code to let us through, and we walked the site.
Okay, and so that's when you said in chief you'd seen the site 3 times.
Yeah.
It's 2 times on the site and 1 time viewing it from public viewpoints. Okay. So when you gave your evidence in chief about the relative tranquility of the site, i.e., that it's not particularly tranquil at the edges of the site, but as you move closer into the site, it's more tranquil. That's based on the two occasions that you've been onto the site.
Correct.
All right. Now, in terms of the scope of your evidence, I know that you're obviously focusing on technical, landscape and visual matters, but there is a section in your proof, section 8, that deals with support for the reasons for refusal, and where you deal with policy matters. Now, I know you said that policy was principally for Mr. Johnson, and that's fine, but there are some questions I need to ask you about the comments that you make in relation to some of these policies. So I want to get that out of the way first, if we can. I mean, I take the point that if there are more detailed questions about compliance with the development plan overall and the planning balance, that's not for you, that's for Mr. Johnson, correct?
That's right. I'm happy to
Yeah.
assist and inspect where I can do.
Okay.
From a landscape architect's point of view, I'm not a planner, and
Okay.
so you have to decide what weight he gives to my responses.
All right. So for your paragraph 8.2, you set out paragraphs 189 and 190 of the MPPF. Yes.
Yes.
And you then say, for the reasons set out in my proof, I consider the proposals do not conserve or enhance the national landscape and conflict with these requirements. And by these requirements, I assume you mean, do you, paragraph 189 and 190 of the MPPF?
Yes.
Paragraph 189 says that great weight should be given to conserving and enhancing landscape and scenic beauty, but that's about giving great weight to it in the planning balance, and you're not undertaking the planning balance, are you?
No, I'm simply commenting on my view as landscape architect, whether the scheme does conserve and enhance the landscape and scenic beauty.
Right. But obviously one has to balance any impact on the national landscape with all the other considerations, and that's not for you.
That's a planning
No.
balance, yes.
Okay. Now, if you then look at paragraph 190, that says planning permission should be refused for major development unless there are exceptional circumstances in the public interest. And one of the three matters that you must particularly have regard to at C is any detrimental effect on the environment, the landscape and recreational opportunities, and the extent to which that could be moderated. So that's the only part really of that policy, am I right, that you are actually able to make any comment on?
I agree.
And when you say at the bottom of 8.2 that there's conflict with these requirements, the reality is you're not in a position to say, are you, whether paragraph 190 is complied with or not, because that requires a wider planning balance to be undertaken.
I'm only commenting in terms of what I consider the landscape and visual effects to be. The planning information is not for me to comment on.
Yes, but when you say conflict with these requirements, when you're talking about 190, what is the conflict with what requirements that you are giving evidence about there? What conflict with the requirements on 190?
In part in C.
See, so you say there's a conflict because you consider there to be a detrimental effect on the landscape.
Correct.
Right. Okay, I'll come back to that one. Thank you. Now, on local policies, you deal with these on the next page of your proof, and you cite a number of those policies: RE1, RE3, DM11, DM15. I mean, again, a number of those require you to undertake a wider planning balance, don't they? So you can only be commenting on one particular aspect, which is the landscape and visual aspect, correct? Thank you. And then if you look at your 8.3, you refer to the provisions of the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act that have amended section 85, and you say the new duty replaces the previous requirement for relevant authorities to have regard to the purposes of national landscapes. So is a more proactive and strengthened requirement. So just two things. I mean, first of all, what the duty requires is a question of law, and that's not for you, is it?
Absolutely not.
And there is DEFRA guidance about this duty, which we have in the core documents. You haven't, have you, in your proof or your oral evidence, given any consideration to compliance or otherwise with that guidance?
No,
No. Okay. Have you looked at that guidance yourself?
God in detail, no.
No. Well, let me just put this point to you. We can look at it if you want to, but I think it's quite a straightforward point. That guidance refers you in a number of places to giving careful consideration to the AONB management plan. Hardly a surprising provision, but that's what it does. It requires you to have a good hard look at the management plan. Okay. And the other thing I just wanted to ask you about this is that there is also another document, which again we have in the core documents, that you're referred to in the guidance, called the Protected Landscapes Target and Outcomes Framework. Again, you've not commented, have you, in your written evidence or your oral evidence on compliance or otherwise with that framework?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. And are you aware, and we'll come to this in more detail, that the DEFRA guidance also talks about the importance in national landscapes, not just in national parks, but in national landscapes, of increasing the understanding and enjoyment of the public of the special qualities of areas of outstanding natural beauty? Yes. Okay, I'll return to the management plan a little bit later on. Let's move on. I want to just, so that's policy out of the way. I just want to look at matters which I understand that we agree on and see whether we can tick those off before we move to the matters of disagreement. So the first one, which I think you confirmed in chief, is that it's not any part of your case to allege any adverse impact on the South Downs National Park in terms of landscape or visual impact, correct?
Agreed.
Now, methodology in relation to the LVIA. So we have the LVIA, which is at CD 2.29. I don't think we need to go to it now. And we have the appendices as well. And there's also an addendum, isn't there, to the LVIA. And if you look at your proof, please, at 4.1. About 4 lines down, you say, having referred to the LVIA, I largely agree with the methodology and the landscape character areas identified. There is, however, disagreement on the value and quality of the landscape areas proposed for housing development and proposed road and the effects upon the landscape at a local level and upon the wider national landscape. So I'll come back to the landscape character units, or the LCAs 1 to 7 in a moment. We know they're agreed. But when you use that language, I largely agree with the methodology. I mean, in fact, there is no part of the methodology, is there, that you dispute in the LVAs?
With the benefit of hindsight, I should have taken out the words largely and say I agree.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition, obviously some new AVRs have been produced by Mr. Smith in his proof that you had a look at in your evidence in chief, and we'll come back to them later on. But again, the methodology for those is set out in Mr. Smith's proof, and you don't in any way question the methodology for those AVRs, no. Thank you. So we can agree then that the inspector is able to rely on both the LVIA and the AVRs to help form his assessment of the scheme.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. And can I just explore this with you? The reason why Mr. Smith has prepared those new AVRs in terms of what has changed is principally 2 things. One is that 2 trees were removed by the Highway Authority at the access, correct?
Yes.
And the other one that Mr. Smith refers to is that there's obviously been further growth of the existing vegetation in the area from when we were here 15 months ago.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, we saw a moment ago in your 4.1 that you specifically agreed with the identification of the 7 landscape character areas for the site. And that's also, of course, recorded in the statement of common ground. Could we just look at the statement of common ground for a moment? So that's NID 4.10.
Yes.
And if you go to paragraph 2.4, you'll see it said it's agreed the site can be divided into the following landscape character units, and then we've listed them there 1 to 7. And over the page 2.6, adverse landscape effects post-construction and with mitigation are limited to landscape areas 1 and 2.
Yes.
The proposal includes beneficial changes to the undeveloped land to the south. Now, I just want to explore that with you because is it correct then that you accept that each of the landscape character areas 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 have beneficial landscape effects?
Over the baseline or?
Over the baseline, yeah.
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Now, the reason I put that to you is that if we look at your proof of evidence again, please, and I want to look at your table that looks at landscape effects. So let's go to page 19. I think, sorry, no, that's not. Just give me one moment. It's page 15. Sorry, yes, 15.
1 5.
Yeah, page 15. We'll come obviously back to LCA 1 and LCA 2, where the key dispute lies. If we just drop to the bottom of the table, LCA 6 and 7, you recognise that both at year 1 and year 10, you've got moderate beneficial, correct?
Correct.
But for year 1, for LCA 3, 4, and 5, you've got a low adverse effect in year 1 and a neutral effect in year 10.
Mm-hmm.
But is in fact your position not that in relation to all of those character areas, there is a beneficial effect, at least at year 10?
There's a beneficial effect for 3 and 4 in terms of community access, yes.
Well, just community access.
Sorry, and I need to continue. And there's a landscape management of the woodland, which would have a beneficial effect.
Right. So just to be clear then, it's correct that right across 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you recognise there to be beneficial effects, at least by year 10?
Yes.
But where does your low adverse effect come from for 3, 4, and 5?
We're talking about the adverse effects initially year 1 as opposed to year 10.
But what adverse effects?
4, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, but what? I mean, have a look at Mr. Smith's. Keep your table open. Go to Mr. Smith's proof at page 10. Now, before we examine this in a little bit more detail, can I just understand what's driving your acceptance that there is benefit, at least at 10 years, from this scheme? One is the management that's going to be put in place, correct?
Correct.
The other is what? Public access?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there anything else?
Benefits or
Yeah, benefit.
Not that I'm aware of at the moment.
What about ecology?
If you want to include ecology as a landscape benefit, yes.
Okay. So if we then look at what you say on LCA 3, 4, and 5, of those benefits, the management is put in place immediately, correct?
Yes.
There's no reason why the public access can't be achieved immediately, is there?
No.
And ecology obviously would take some time to establish. So really, there shouldn't be, should there, a big difference between your year 1 and your year 10, should there?
The way I'm assessing it is that there's a construction of a new building. for LC3. So I'm saying the construction of the new scout site, the new building will have, in my view, a low adverse effect year one, but then reducing down as the landscape management takes place.
But these are not, you're not relying on construction effects for landscape year one, because that's a separate column. So you've got a separate column for construction effects, and those are moderate adverse. So in year one, yes, in LCA 3, you, what's in LCA 3 that's causing the impact?
The new scout site.
In LCA, okay, in LCA 3, right, that's fine. So moderate adverse because of that construction, and then low adverse in year one, yes?
Yep.
So what's driving low adverse on LCA 4 and LCA 5?
Same thing, the new forest school for LCA 4.
Right. And LCA 5?
LCA 5, the construction of the new wetland during construction is going to be machinery, plant, earthworks, etc. So there's going to be an adverse construction effect, but reducing down as the landscape matures.
But you see, when we look at your notes, the only thing that you actually refer to on 3 and 4 is the says construction of the hut. Okay, construction of. I mean, doesn't that kind of put me in mind of that you were referring to construction effects rather than any kind of operational year one effects?
Well, what I'm referring to is the construction, and then initially there's going to be a new building that might appear to have a negative effect, but reducing down as the other landscape enhancements take place.
But I mean,
it's a short-term thing. It's just the construction of any new building within the receiving landscape.
Yeah. And I mean, I'll come back to this in more detail, but I mean, is there anywhere in your proof where you undertake any analysis of the nature of those two proposed buildings and whether they fit in design terms into the landscape?
No, it's my assessment of the initial effects from those two new buildings.
All right. Okay. Well, look, I'm coming back to landscape effects in a bit more detail later, but I just wanted to establish where we were overall. So the overall position, as I understand it, is that if we're looking at the residual position at year 10, you take the view harm in LCA 1 and 2 to the landscape, but benefit to LCA 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Correct.
Okay. So benefit across 78% of the site.
Yes, but the benefits have to be judged against the baseline condition.
Well, by that you mean, we'll come to this, but this is the point that you made in chief, that you only consider the benefits to be slight because you consider this to be already good landscape. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I'll come to that in more detail. Okay. You're not suggesting, are you, in relation to, or are you? I don't know, but LCA 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're not alleging any adverse effect on them from what's happening in LCA 1 and 2, are you?
No.
No. Okay. Good. Now, it's also correct, isn't it, that in a number of those LCAs that you've recognised there to be benefit, there's a considerable amount of new planting being undertaken, correct?
Yes.
So that would also be beneficial on top of the management and the access, yes? Okay, thank you. Now, LCA 7 is currently it's a former tennis court, isn't it? So it's got a domesticated element to it. And that's going to be enhanced, isn't it, with, in terms of landscape planting and other beneficial aspects, correct? One of the reasons I think you recognise there to be.
Yes, it's a small area, but there've been enhancement.
Yeah, okay. And on 6, which you recognise there to be moderate beneficial, you've got management of woodland and the introduction of broadleaf species, and that's because effectively we're taking down trees that are not sympathetic to the landscape and putting in trees that are, correct?
That's right. The plantation's been grown for silviculture. It's getting towards the end of its life anyway.
Okay.
That would be felled and removed with ecologically richer broadleaf woodland.
Yeah, so it's both new planting and the management of that planting leads you to moderate beneficial on LCA 6.
Yes.
Now, LCA 3, 4, 5, I think we've accepted that we should, on year 10, we're crossing out neutral, are we? And we're putting beneficial. What level of beneficial are we putting for those 3, 4, 5? So let's take 3 first. What level of benefit? Is it moderate or?
I'd be happy to concede moderate.
Is it moderate on all, on 3, 4 and 5? Or do we need to do them one by one?
Probably more helpful to do it one by one.
Okay, let's do one by one. So moderate for LCA 3. The benefits here, landscape management, there's also additional planting, correct?
Correct.
And there's also public access, is that correct?
Let's say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think, I mean, if there's any.
No, I don't want to confuse people.
No.
To say yes.
Well, I mean, I think there's what we could look at. Oh, I was going to look at it later.
Well, you're saying yes, because it's the appreciation of the landscape, if you allow more access, and that's the benefit.
Yeah, there'll be access because we've got a plan. If you go to Mr. Smith's proof at page 23, just for a moment, you might want to keep open page 10 as well, so you can see what we're referring to. But LCA 3.
It's slightly resting the drop in page 23.
Page 23. So you can see LCA 3 seems to sort of take in, it's partly SANG and partly the LEM management area, correct?
So on page 23.
Yes, you see page 23 shows in green is the area covered by the SANG.
On we think, sorry.
Yeah, and then the crosshatch area is the area covered by the LEM. So if we're talking about LCA 3, I mean, it seems to me part of it is covered by the LEM and part of it by the SANG.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that's 3, moderate. 4, Redcourt Woods. What do you say about that? What level of benefit do we get from that?
I'd agree with the moderate.
Moderate again. And again, that's from, there's new planting and there's management, correct?
Yes.
And then I don't know whether we're counting this as part of landscape, but there's also ecological benefit, correct?
Depending on the separate out landscape and ecology, it's probably easy to keep them together because they're jointly.
Although
they're closely conjoined, so let's say yes.
They are, aren't they? And I mean, Glivia does tell you to look at ecology, doesn't it, as well as part of the landscape?
Yeah, I'd agree with this.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in LCA 4, you've got construction of the forest school, is obviously referred to there. Now, I understand you've got your view about year 1, there are some effects from it, but, and we've talked about the fact that you don't undertake any critique of the design of it, but that forest school is in part there to encourage access to the national landscape, correct?
Yes.
That's a positive, isn't it, if you are seeking to encourage access?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Now, LCA 5, what level of benefit do we get to in year 10?
This is slightly more difficult.
Okay.
And that is an area of national landscape which conforms highly with the Surrey Hills character assessment, the Surrey landscape character assessment, replaced by another landscape which is also high quality. So whether it's a beneficial change or whether it's neutral is probably a matter of debate.
Well,
So replacing one high quality landscape with another, is that a beneficial change overall, or is it neutral?
well, you say it's a matter of debate, but you've already agreed with me that it's beneficial. So it's not a matter of debate between you and
Okay,
me.
or is it beneficial? I would put it to the lower range of beneficial
Right.
rather than
Okay.
the
But
higher range.
in terms
for those reasons.
All right, but in terms of those benefits, the benefits include, the benefits include, don't they, new planting in this area, correct?
That's correct. That it replaces scenic open pasture.
Right, but you're not saying that's harmful, are you?
No, I'm saying it's this kind of debate about replacing one high quality with another. Is that
Okay, and that's, I think,
what is the scale of beneficial to them?
I think that's part of the SANG area, isn't it? So it's ensuring public access in perpetuity, yes?
Which is good.
So that's beneficial,
Yes.
yeah. And also, there is now going to be management because at present there is no enforceable management regime for that area or any other part of the site, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So are you going to stick with low beneficial?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So really the only really dispute between yourself and Mr. Smith on LCA 3 to 7 is about the precise amount of benefit. That's effectively.
We agree it's a benefit.
Yeah.
It's the dreary benefit, where that benefit outweighs the harm to 1 and 2.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to, I'm still covering some matters which I'm sort of taking under the heading of matters I understand us to agree. If you go back to the statement of common ground on landscape, so that's NID 4.10, there are some other matters I just wanted to pick up with you. So on the agreed visual baseline this time, 3.1 on page 4 of the document records, although the appeal site is set on higher ground, views are largely screened from the wider landscape due to a combination of topography and high tree cover. There is no significant visual relationship with Gibbet Hill. So the agreed starting point is that in visual terms, views of the site are largely screened from the wider landscape, correct?
Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple.
Okay.
In that views of the new housing are largely screened from the wider landscape. Views of the new access road are visible from the road and public footpath.
Right, but I mean, so although the appeal site is set on higher ground, views are largely screened from the wider landscape due to a combination of topography.
So it's correct in terms of the wider landscape. It's almost surprising that the site is set at quite a high level and there are extensive views from there would be down for housing over the settlement towards Gibbet Hill. But they're very distant and views are largely screened. What we're concerned about here in terms of views would be the views from the road and the public footpath and views to the new access road.
But they're not views from the wider landscape. I mean, they're views from right immediately.
No, that's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to make it a bit clearer.
Right. So, I mean,
Maybe I'm not.
well, I mean, I was hoping I wasn't going to struggle with this given it was in the statement of common ground, but it does say, so we agree that the wider landscape views are very much largely screened.
They're no long distance views.
There are no long distance views. And any of the viewpoints that we're talking about are very localized ones immediately around the site, aren't they? They are. And I think, I mean, when I cross-examined you last time, you told me that when you visited the site for the first time, you expected there to be more views.
Yes, I'm saying it's surprising that given the higher ground for LCA2, there aren't longer views, and
okay,
there are longer views, but they're not important.
Okay, and then just taking that forward, in 3.2, we've got agreement, haven't we, on what the existing visual receptors will be, and they're set out there. So the first group are from housing in various locations, correct?
Yes, so these are private views.
Private views, yeah. Secondly, existing views from roads, particularly people driving along Midhurst Road and Belvale Lane, correct?
Correct.
And then the third one, which I think is probably the one that's kind of at the heart of the disagreement between yourself and myself, is that third one, which is the views from the public rights of way that runs alongside Midhurst Road, correct?
Yes, so there's one public footpath that runs along Midhurst
Yeah.
Road.
Now, just a couple of things on this. So that language in 3.2 that's been put in the statement of common ground says existing visual receptors include. So that language suggests that there might be other visual receptors other than those three. But are there any other visual receptors that you're advancing?
No.
No. Of those receptors that you've identified, could we just look at your proof again, please? Page 19 this time. So the first group of receptors that we have got are the ones that you've headed residential properties, private views.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all, aren't they, I think what you've described as views from housing, correct?
Yes, so they're private views from residential properties.
From residential properties. And that's why, or at least partly why, I assume, that you've come up with a sensitivity of medium ultimately for all of them. Is that right?
Yes.
And I mean, Glivia is not principally focused on private views, is it?
No.
No.
We're principally concerned with public views.
Okay. And medium sensitivity, which is, I think, what you ascribe to all of those, you define that, don't you, in your proof on page 36? Sorry, that's not the right reference. Just give me a moment. Page 35, sorry, page 35. Medium, receptors for which the view is important, but not the primary focus, and are tolerant of some change. Yes?
Yes, and it's also important to recognise that there's no right to review from private owners.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fair enough. Thank you. Now, those five receptors, I just wanted to understand with you to make sure we understand exactly where they are and what they show. So could we just look, please, at the LVIA appendices? So this is CD 2.54, part 2. Are you looking at it electronically or in hard copy?
Looking at it electronically, and
Okay.
it's not been very helpful.
Fine. So I think electronically should be page 17.
Right, sorry, good. So
CD 2.54, part 2,
CD,
2.54.
so I've got NID comment.
Sorry?
But
So core documents, not ID documents.
I haven't
core
got access to those, but I can access it on my computer separately. Just bear with me.
Yeah, mine's marked up too.
So I just need to flick through.
They will be on the council's website.
Yeah, but it's probably quicker for me, believe it or not, to try and do it here.
So I think it's hard copy, it's page 51, but electronically, I think in part 2, it's electronic page 17.
I'm just scrolling down things, hang on. Right. Sorry, part 1?
Part 2. Part 2, and if you go to, I think it should be electronic page 17, it's numbered page 51. 18, is it? Hmm. Okay, well, no, we may well be right. It's the one that says figure 10.12.1, location of representative
I've got
viewpoints, local.
Page sorry, page number?
51 numbered.
Okay,
It should be figure
yeah, I'm
10.12.1.
just scrolling through it. Okay,
Have you found that figure? Location of representative viewpoints local.
I'm on page 51. It's talking
61, no,
about trees.
51.
51?
51.
No, my copy's saying something completely
It
different.
looks like that on your way to the plan with.
No,
I'm just gonna-
my electronic.
Just going to
copy is
hand you,
something
I'm just going to
different.
hand you
Sorry.
mine. I'll have to get it back to you in a minute, because otherwise I'm going to identify numbers, but let me.
Thank you.
So, just two things really about this to start with. So first of all, this proves the point that we discussed earlier, doesn't it, about the fact that any views that we are looking at on figure 10.12.1 are viewpoints that are very close in to the site rather than in the wider landscape, correct?
It's completely agreed that they're close distant views.
Yeah, close distant views. And if we're looking at that first group of receptors which are affected, which is effectively, if we look at your proof, it's residential properties within Scotland Close, the recently completed properties within Scotland Lane, residential properties adjacent to the Midhurst Road, residents of Red Court and residents along Bellevue Lane. So just to understand that, for those from the first one, Scotland's Close, the relevant viewpoint, I assume, is 19. Is that correct?
Agreed.
Okay. Now, just on viewpoint 19, if you've still got that, have you got that document still there?
Yeah.
If you could go forward, please, in that. And I want you to go forward to find viewpoint 19, which you'll find on page 89 in that document. So I think if you're doing it electronically, it's going to be part 3. Yeah, I think it's going to be part 3.
I'm with you.
And so I think it might, yeah, so it should be numbered page 89. So that's the viewpoint that you've taken. You're looking over existing residential property into the site, correct?
So the view is saying from the rear gardens into the site.
From the rear garden. I'm not. It's from, isn't it from the? It's from the road, isn't it?
Yeah, from Scotland Lane.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So I'm saying
Yeah.
it's taken from the road.
Yeah,
He's looked at the front of the houses.
yeah, yeah. Looking over the front of the houses towards the site.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of that first visual receptor, that's the one that we would look at, 19, correct?
Yeah. So we're looking at it would be the view from the rear of the properties,
Okay.
rear gardens.
But this stands
over the site.
Yeah, this stands as a proxy for it, because presumably we
Yeah,
weren't
because
able to.
obviously you can't get into the rear
Can't get
gardens,
into the
yeah.
houses, yeah, fine. Okay, now the other receptors that are residential, just so we can identify those. I mean, obviously one of them is within the Scotland Lane part 1, which is, I think, if you go back to page 51 that we were looking at, that's viewpoint 18, correct?
Yeah, and it's showing the green field that when you took the aerial photograph, it was showing it being built.
Yeah,
So,
it's an old photograph because it hasn't got the development there, but that would again be a
so
view.
that field is now
Housing,
housing.
yeah, okay, fine. And then just help me on this. I don't think we need to look at them in any detail because I want to come back to these in another context. But in terms of views from residential properties on Scotland Lane and also Belvale Lane, is there any one of these particular viewpoints that you want to identify to me now to be the most relevant to consider that? I am going to come back to, obviously, to these 2 roads in a different context, but is there a particular viewpoint that
No.
no? Is there any particular one that you think helps us in relation to residential?
We were finding a photograph that shows a view from a dwelling, so we can go through the photographs, and if there is one here that help us, there is one.
I don't think there is one from a dwelling because for the same
No.
reason we've just talked about. So, but I mean, is there one that you think helps us by proxy to assess those of these viewpoints? I mean, the answer maybe you don't know, but
With answers, I don't know.
you don't know. Okay, fine. So I'll come back to some of those. Now, the Red Court is the other one that is mentioned in this group of receptors, residents of Red Court. And we can see, if you've still got page 51 open, you can see Red Court, can't you? If you go down,
Just to the right.
To the right.
Or down and
Yeah.
right of 18.
yeah, to the right of 18, that's Red Court, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we'll come back to Red Court later on. Okay, so that's the first group of visual receptors. If we go back then to your table, page 19. No, it's fine. You keep that LVIA for now, and I'll come back to it, but keep that LVIA for now. Can I ask you that this second group of receptors is people using the roads, Midhurst Road and Belvale Lane. So this is, again, I mean, the sensitivity on both of these is medium, the same definition as you had for the first group of receptors. And that's because what we're talking about here are people who are driving their cars up and down the road.
Just that people are moving.
People who are moving. Yeah, okay. And can I just understand, in terms of Midhurst Road, I mean, in terms of what these people who are driving up and down Midhurst Road are going to see, I mean, are their views of the development essentially limited to, in large part, the lodge and the access?
There's a users of Midhurst Road wouldn't see the new dwellings. They would see the lodge, the road, and those features and engineering features. So
Right.
they wouldn't see, apart from the lodge, they wouldn't see new housing.
Okay. And then just on Belvale Lane, I mean, Belvale Lane runs along the southern part of the site where we have the 78% of the site that's not being built on which we recognise there to be benefits. I mean, on Belvale Lane, would drivers actually see anything of built form?
They might just see the tail end of the access road as it rises up, but that'd be about it.
Well, I mean, just help me on that. If we look at some of the viewpoints in the document that we've got here. So this is again in CD 2.54, the LVIA, if you still got it. Could you go to, I think it's electronic page 17. I've just got to check what
This
part
is
it's
the
in.
hard copy I've got here.
You've got the hard copy. Well, could we go to page, 51 again?
Yeah.
So that's in part 2, I think. I'm slightly struggling because I haven't got the thing, but part 50. So if you go to page 51, which is the plan showing the various viewpoints, the viewpoints along Belfell Lane are 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So could we just look at those, please? So could you go to viewpoint 9, which is on page 69? Just going to check which part that's in.
Not really useful photographs there, but
Let's go straight to 10 actually, because
sorry.
let's go to 10 actually, because I think 9's not really relevant because it's on that's on the footpath. So let's go to 10. Can you go to viewpoint 10?
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna.
We won't see development from 10.
You won't see it from 10, and you won't see it from. I mean, just follow that through. You actually.
Well, you won't see it from 11, 12, or 13.
No.
If the viewpoint 8 or 9 was facing northwards, I
Yeah.
think you might just see the top of the access road.
You might just see the top of the access. I'm not sure you would, but just.
No, neither am I. I'm making
No.
a best guess. I'm assuming that the access road rises up on the higher ground, you might see the top of it, but it's a,
But nine is not Belville Lane, is it? Because Belville Lane loops around.
well, I'm just going to the photographs you showed me, so I'm saying 10, 11, 12, 13, you won't see it.
Yeah,
I'm looking
and-
at photographs
that's
8 and 9,
Belville
if they were
Lane.
pointing northwards.
Yeah. Well, but that's Belville Lane. 9 is not actually on Belville Lane, is it?
No, I'm just looking at the photograph numbers.
No. So, I mean, actually, there's nowhere, is there, on Belville Lane where you're going to see any built form?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Well, we'll come back to the significance of that later. Now, the third receptor that you've identified at page 19 of your proof is probably the key one between us, as I've said, which is views from the footpath on that runs alongside
Midhurst Road.
Midhurst Road. Yeah, so that's CP 597. Yeah, and that footpath is being realigned, isn't it, as part of the proposal? It's being moved, isn't it? Correct?
It's being moved away from the road into the site.
Yeah. Now, in relation to that, could we just look at Mr. Smith's proof, please, at his AVRs? And in particular, if you go to start with page 47.
Yes.
Now we have three AVRs produced, and I think the first two are probably the relevant ones. But in terms of just identifying what's going to be seen in broad terms at this stage, we'll come to impact later on. But what we're talking about seeing, in particular in AVR 1, is the lodge, the access road, and maybe just through the trees, the car park, correct?
From this photograph, yes.
Yeah, from this photograph. And obviously one sees more of that in winter than in summer.
As you expect.
Yeah, as you would expect. So that's AVR 1. You don't see anything from this AVR, do you, of the 110 houses that are subject to the outline planning permission?
No, and you won't do from the road.
Well, can we then go to AVR 2, please, on page 49? So again, I mean, we agree, I hope, that this AVR is relevant for the purposes of assessing impact on the footpath, at least relevant to that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, in relation to this one, please, again, what one sees is the lodge and the access road going into the site. And again, I mean, obviously in winter one can see that. In summer, one doesn't see much of the access inside the site at all, and one sees some of the lodge, correct?
Correct.
But can I just ask you to note, just to be fair to you, I think if you actually look very hard at the AVR2 year 10, I think you can just, can't you, through the trees, see some of the housing in the outline planning permission area. It's quite hard to make out, but there's reddish behind those trees, which is the residential.
Now you've pointed it out, the answer
Yeah.
is yes, but it's not
Very
particularly obvious.
No, not very noticeable. No, thank you.
Pause.
Yeah.
Whilst I zoom in.
Yes.
Would you like to look at this on?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
That's lovely. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see them. So
See it.
yeah, you can
There's
see
a-
it through there. I mean, obviously,
On a brown
yeah.
bit,
Yeah.
shall we say?
Okay. Now, just on this before we sort of go any further with this, the viewpoints which we've been looking at in the LVIA, they were agreed, weren't they, with the officers as part of the application process?
I don't know.
You don't know. It's not been part of your evidence, has it, either at this inquiry or the previous one, to suggest that there were additional viewpoints that we should have assessed that we've not assessed?
Nope, but I think it would have been looking at these, it would have been useful as another viewpoint directly opposite the new access road.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be fair, Mr. Petro. You've had what 16 months prior to you giving your evidence in chief. Had you ever made a suggestion that we should be
No,
producing?
I'm just making the point now that I think it would be useful to have a viewpoint opposite the access road.
Well, you'd never asked for that prior to.
No, I'm not. I'm just making the point.
Okay, and you haven't sought to produce them yourself?
No.
No. And I mean, in addition, we know, don't we, this is a scheme that's subject to EIA. So the council, when it had this application before it for a considerable period of time, could have made a request under Regulation 25 for further information if it thought there was environmental information missing, like a relevant viewpoint, but it never did it?
No.
No. Okay. I just want to move on and consider a few other wider issues about the baseline position. If we go back to the Statement of Common Ground again, please. So NID 4.10, so the landscape statement of common ground. Could you look at paragraph 2.3? 2.3 says, in addition, Waverley Borough Council have carried out a landscape study, part 2, Hazelmere and Godalming, produced by AMEC, dated the August 2014, and the site lies within segment HEO 5. So I'm going to want to look at that with you now, but there are two sort of LCAs that are referred to as part of the baseline. One is that one, the AMEC work. The other one, is this right, is the Surrey County Council one that's referred to.
Just the Hansett Duckett one.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, let's start please with the AMEC one, which is referred to in 2.3. That's in NID 7.24. NID 7.24.
About these adopting.
Yeah.
Sorry, NI
7.24. Is that right? NID, yes, NID 7.24.
I'm with you. So we're looking at page 15, are we?
Well, just want to start with, so this is the AMEC study, which you can see from the first page, I hope.
Yes.
And if you go to section 1, first of all, so this is on electronic page 9, section 1, there's a heading Introduction and Context. Let me know when you've got there.
I am with you.
Okay, so introduction and context. Waverley Borough Council is currently developing a new local plan. AMEC has been commissioned to undertake a landscape sensitivity and capacity study, which will inform this plan. The study has been commissioned by the council with the aim of assessing the ability of the landscape to accommodate future residential development in areas of the borough. The study provides evidence to inform the local plan. And then if you drop down 4 paragraphs, it says a key objective of the study is to evaluate the capacity of the landscapes around the identified towns and villages to accept change, basing this on the value of these landscapes and their sensitivity. So the purpose, very clearly, is to look at the capacity of sites around towns, like the appeal site, to take and to have the capacity to take housing development, correct?
Correct.
And if you go to electronic page 11, section 2.2.
This is methodology.
Methodology. They set out there, don't they, their methodology. They refer to guidance by the Countryside Agency and Scottish National Heritage. They talk about Blivia, and then they run through the things that they've taken into account in their assessment. So you'll see there's a bullet point, landscape qualities. If you run down the page, contribution of settlement setting, visual character, landscape sensitivity, landscape value. And then they say consideration of all of these factors at the bottom has enabled conclusions to be drawn regarding landscape capacity and to what degree the landscape has capacity to accept change due to development. So you've got no issues, have you, with the methodology that the council's consultants used?
No.
No. And if you go to page 14, you'll see there's a heading, section 3.1, planning context, Hazelmere and Hindhead. And they are fully cognizant, aren't they, of the AONB boundaries and where they lie, and they set them out, don't they? Sorry. Electronic page 14. planning context, and you'll see it says area of outstanding
Fine,
natural beauty.
I've got it.
fine.
Sorry.
Yeah. And you see they set out a plan. So they are well aware, aren't they, of the extent of the AONB designation in Hazelmere and Hindhead.
Yes.
Yeah. Then if we go to electronic page 23,
When you say electronic page, I've got a page
okay.
number at the top
Have you?
left-hand
Okay,
corner.
page 15 numbered then, electronic page 23, page numbered 15.
So that's helpful, thank you.
Yeah, so if you get a 15 at the top, electronic 23, there's a heading, isn't there, segment HEO5?
Yeah, so they've got two sections, two segments, sorry.
Yeah. And it's HEO5A, which
That's
is,
out on our side, yeah.
that encompasses our site,
Yeah.
but it's obviously much larger than our site, isn't it? Okay. And then if you look at what's said about that, if you go down to table 35 on that same page, so looking at HEO5A, the conclusions of the consultants are that the landscape qualities sum, contribution to the settlement setting medium, visual prominence moderate, intervisibility low, landscape sensitivity moderate, and landscape value medium. Yes?
Yes,
And those scores are all given by the consultants, notwithstanding the fact that this site lies within the AONB, the National Landscape as now is, correct?
odd, but yes.
Yeah. So when they come to their conclusions in 3.6.1, analysis of capacity HEO5A, the area accommodates a number of houses along Scotland Lane. Most are in large plots, including, refers to Red Court. And then if you go to the next page, the last two bullets talks about this segment is within the AONB.
Mm-hmm.
And then development in this segment is likely to have a negative impact on landscape due to topography and access to the area. Now, that's what it says, but notwithstanding that comment, we've seen the scores in the table, which are all either mediums or in terms of visibility low, correct?
Yep, and it's odd they've done that, given that it's in the National Landscape, or in this case, the AONB.
Well, I mean, you say it's odd, but I mean, what they've done is they've looked right across areas of land surrounding villages and towns, many of which in this area are surrounded by the AONB, and they've identified those that they think are most appropriate for or have the capacity for housing development, correct?
Yes,
Thank you. And then if you go, please, to I'll give you the numbered page, and it's electronic page 103.
of this
But it's,
document.
yeah, it's numbered page 95 for you if you've got it numbered. Electronic 103, numbered page 95.
I'm with you.
So it says this report's considered the existing developed edges of Hazelmere and then a number of other towns, and following analysis of the settlement fringes has summarised each area based on its sensitivity, capacity to accept future residential development. These are summarised within each section, which describes the relevant segment and its sub areas. And then it talks about the main considerations and then the discussions of mitigation. So, I mean, you accept, do you, that this report commissioned by the council, not by an appellant, but by the council, recognised that there were a number of features which supported the appeal site having some capacity for housing development?
That's what it says.
That's what it says. Thank you. Right, can we move on to a different subject matter, which is just to understand the appeal scheme itself and how you have taken that into account in your assessment. So I want to look at your proof, please, for how you describe the scheme which you are assessing. So if we look, please, at your proof, first of all, paragraph 5.1.
Page 13.
Yeah, 5.1, yeah, it starts on page 12, but goes on to page 13.
Beg your pardon.
So you've got a heading, development proposals, and you say they're described in detail within the LVAI design and access statement, and you produce an extract. And then you set out under LCA 1 through to 7 sorry, through to 6 actually, but 7's in the middle. What is proposed in each of the areas? And I just want to look, please, at LCA 1 and 2 on this, please. So your description of what's proposed at LCA 1 is construction of a new entrance and access road, tree removal and associated engineering features from Midhurst Road through Area 1, new tree planting in the southern area, the southwest field. Now, you don't, in this particular paragraph, do you identify the lodge? You're focusing on entrance, access road, engineering features and tree loss, correct?
That's correct.
And then LCA 1 and 2, the construction of up to 111 new dwellings and associated engineering features. In terms of further description of the development in your proof, could we go to 2.7?
The paragraph 2.7.
2.7, yeah, page 5. You refer to the development proposals include a planning application for, and then again you focus on junction alteration from Midhurst Road, 1 dwelling, a car park, associated landscape drainage and associated access road to serve the development. So again, no mention there of the lodge. You're focusing on what you refer to as sort of associated engineering works like the road, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now you then describe over the page the Scout facility, the school and the SANG. But in terms of adverse landscape impacts, really, we're just focused on Roman 1 in 2.7, aren't we? You don't ultimately, after 10 years, allege any impact, do you, from the Scout facility or the education facility? And you certainly don't allege any harm from the creation of a SANG. In fact, it's beneficial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to understand your position on design then, please, because we know design is not a reason for refusal, and there's no allegation of breaches of the design policy. But there's nowhere in your proof, is there, where you make any specific comment about the design of the scheme? Am I correct?
No.
No. So in your evidence in chief today, you described, I think, the lodge as an attractive building and said that you accepted that it was of high quality design. Where do we see that, if at all, reflected in your analysis of the landscape and visual harms in your proof?
It's an integral part of the process in assessing the design quality of the development. It's not expressly said, but it's part of the process.
But if I wanted to understand what your opinions were and why you come to the level of harm that you say there is, how do I understand from your evidence how the positive design features, the attractiveness of this building, its high quality design, how they have featured into your impacts on landscape and visual?
Because that is part of the assessment process.
I know it is, but how do I understand what you've actually taken into account?
Well, the proof does make it clear, but that is part of the process.
Right, so if I wanted to, I mean, one of the points of expert evidence is not just to state an opinion, but to set out the facts upon which that opinion is based so that they can be tested. I haven't got any facts on which to test that in your evidence, have
Well,
I?
it's part of the GIFLA process, and we don't repeat the whole of the process in the proof, but that is inherent as part of the process.
No, but I want to understand the extent to which you have, if at all, taken the good high quality design, the attractiveness of the building into account. And I have nothing, have I, to go on in terms of your evidence?
No, but I'm saying it's part of the assessment process.
Well, yeah, you can keep saying that, but that doesn't help me in terms of being able to actually examine that evidence because I've got nothing to actually engage with, have I?
No.
No. And this is, of course, your second go at a proof. And on neither occasion have you put forward any analysis, have you, of how design has fitted into your assessment?
Well, I think we'll repeat myself again, so
Okay.
not going to be very
Right.
helpful.
So, I mean, for example, there's no consideration at all, is there, or even mention, is there, in your proof of the National Design Guide criteria of any local design guidance?
No.
No. Now, Mr. Pullen and Mr. Smith give considerably detailed evidence on matters of design, and they come to the conclusion that this was a well-considered design process. Not part of your evidence to dispute that, is it?
So can you repeat the question, please?
Well, Mr. Pullen and Mr. Smith have come to the conclusion that this was a well-considered design process that led to this scheme. It's not really part of your evidence to challenge that, is it?
Let's say no.
No. Okay. Now, the officers in the officer report, we can look at it if you want, make a number of very positive comments about design, but you haven't looked at those either, have you, in
No.
your evidence? No?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. So can I just understand this point of principle with you? The bottom line position is that you say at the access point that you consider there to be substantial harms,
Yes.
visually and in landscape
Landscape
terms,
character,
correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you say that notwithstanding that you accept that the lodge, which can I suggest to you is the most prominent thing one sees at the access point?
No, I think the lodge will certainly be a key focal feature, but I think at
Okay.
the access point, you'll be drawn very heavily to the new widened road or the new widened access point and the road running up the hill towards
Okay.
the development site.
Well-
So it's certainly be a feature, but I think it has to be viewed in relation to the other engineering features that enable the development and access to the
Okay.
development.
Well, I think you said a key focal feature, and I'll happily accept that. So a key focal feature of the access will be the lodge building. And we know that that's an attractively designed building because you said so in your evidence in chief. We know it's of very high design quality, yes?
Yes,
As I understand your evidence, you get substantial harm ultimately from the fact that you consider that placing something like that in the AONB, the National Landscape, and replacing green area, trees, green field, is inevitably going to lead to substantial harm.
in this case, yes.
Well, you say in this case, but you're saying that there's going to be substantial harm no matter how well designed and architecturally amazing the building was, because it's not green.
Because it's not just the building, it's the building and the access road.
Well, okay, but just break it down. I mean, if it was just the lodge, would you be accepting that there was in fact very limited or no landscape and visual harm?
I'd accept there's limited,
Limited.
but it's not just a lodge.
It's not just the lodge, no, but the lodge then is not in any meaningful way driving your conclusion about harm.
So again,
Well, the lodge is not then in any meaningful way driving your conclusions on landscape and visual harm.
it's the lodge in addition to the other features.
Well,
It seems always pointless to try to separate the two out because they're all conjoined.
Well-
You don't have one without the other.
no, but I think it is important to understand what is driving your views of substantial adverse impact. So, I mean, the building itself, can we just agree, the building itself, I mean, you say it's limited harm, but that harm would come, in your view, from any building that was placed in the AONB on a green space, no matter how.
No, there's a matter of looking on a case by case basis, and there might be instances where a building might enhance the scenic qualities of the national landscape.
Right.
In other cases, it might not. So I don't think it's as straightforward as that. It's about looking at each site, each application,
Right.
and coming to a conclusion about what the benefits or the harms might be from that application.
So you accept a built form, a building can enhance a national landscape?
The scenic quality of the national landscape, yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
So that the scenic quality is the national landscape, yes. That there are, without a doubt, in the national landscape, there are buildings of cultural, historic and religious significance that do enhance the landscape,
Yeah. Red Court House, Red Court Lodge, for example.
for instance, yes.
Yeah.
But that's a historic building that's been there for a long time within the receiving landscape. And there's got to be a difference made between those existing buildings and new buildings in terms of the context and their importance and their significance.
So if someone was applying for planning permission to build Red Court House today, grade 2-star listed building and a very beautiful building it is, you'd be saying, would you, that that would be harmful?
No?
No. So what is it then about this building, which we agree is of the highest quality design, we agree is an attractive building. What is it about this building that causes any harm in and of itself?
One, the baseline condition.
Sorry,
The baseline condition, we're within an attractive scenic landscape.
right, but
Two, I have some concerns or reservations about a gatehouse that actually isn't a gatehouse in the historic context. And that gatehouses were predominantly associated with the English landscape movement features as a status thing, that my estate is so big, so wonderful, so grand, I need a gatehouse to control the movement of people into my estate. And I think putting a gatehouse that actually isn't a gatehouse at all gives me some concern.
well, let's just break that down.
In that historic context.
Well, let's just break that down. But before we do, can I just be clear? I'm trying to understand where your harm comes from, and you've given me two things, and I want to explore those two things, but I want to make sure you've not got anything else on your list before I do that. So the first was the baseline, the scenic landscape in which it's being inserted. And the second was your reservations about the provision of a gatehouse that's not a gatehouse, correct?
Yes,
Nothing else to add?
not at the moment.
Well, you say not at the moment, but this is your chance
Well,
because,
as the conversation, cross-examination proceeds, I might well want to add something to it,
Okay,
but at the
well-
moment, no.
right, well,
I'm doing my best to answer your question.
all right, well, fair enough, but I'll deal with the points you've made because I've given you a fair opportunity to make the points. So let's deal with these points. The baseline scenic landscape, this is the point I tried to explore with you a minute ago and I thought we'd overcome, but we seem to have come back to. Before Red Court House was built, that would also have been a green scenic landscape. But you've said to me if that was being applied for permission today, and it is in the AONB, the National Landscape, it wouldn't be harmful. So
No.
why is ours harmful?
I just don't think it's as straightforward as that. It's about
Mm.
an assessment for us to understand, what is the existing landscape, what is its character, what is its
Mm.
qualities, and whether or not a new building could enhance those or not.
Right.
Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. We're currently working on a scheme for a new replacement dwelling in the national landscape. It's received planning consent because it's a positive asset. It replaces a rather ramshackle, ugly building with a new high quality contemporary building. And the local authority accepted there's a benefit.
But what is it, please, about the insertion of this lodge house, attractive building as it is, high quality design as it is, that you say causes harm, other than the fact that it is a building going on a green space?
Because it's a new building within a receiving landscape that is associated with a new access road and the other features that go with it. I don't think you can separate the two out. That's just not.
Okay, and then
If it's a building just by itself with no other features, it's possible you could come to the conclusion that it's a new scenic building within the receiving landscape.
But you never have a gatehouse without a road, do you? Because that's the whole purpose of a gatehouse. It sits at the entrance to a site.
Yes, and
Right.
historically, a gatehouse would signify the entrance to a grand estate.
Yeah, well, that
So it's something of a sham to have a gatehouse that actually isn't a gatehouse.
Okay, well, that's your second point, which I want to come on to. Note the use of the word sham. We're
I'm
discussing.
not saying it's a good word, it's only what I can think where I'm sat here trying to.
Well, I know, but let's, you know, let's try and break that down a little bit, shall we? You're here to look at landscape and visual effects. You are not here to talk about heritage impact, are you?
Heritage is part of the landscape.
Well, okay, but there is no
And
heritage
we've already
harm.
agreed that within the national landscape, heritage could be an important, heritage buildings could be important features within the landscape,
Yeah, and every heritage building that's there now had to be built at some point. But
of course.
the point I'm trying to make to you is the council are not alleging, are they, any heritage impact in relation to this scheme, correct?
It's not my bag, so I can't answer.
No, you
I
can't say.
I can't answer the
Well,
question.
they're not, and we need to come to that in a little bit. But I wanted to ask you about this. Your complaint that this gatehouse is not a real gatehouse. I mean, how on earth does that have a bearing on landscape and visual impact?
Because it's part of how you read the landscape. If you're
Oh,
if you're reading the landscape and you're seeing a gatehouse within that landscape, there's an assumption that it's part of a bigger designed landscape that could well have historic and cultural significance. And that's part of, certainly for me, part of my reading and understanding of that feature within the landscape. It gives me a clue about how that landscape might have been developed, what it's leading to, or where it's at the moment.
but I mean, that's just, I don't know how you can.
Well, that's how I read the landscape. That's part of my job,
Well,
is looking at features within the landscape to give me clues
So,
about what that landscape's about.
so your harm is deriving, as I understand it, from the fact that somebody driving along Midhurst Road might say, "Oh, look at that beautiful old lodge house. Oh my God, it's not a lodge house. It's an access to a housing
I'm
development."
saying it's potentially misleading.
Well, I mean,
But
I hear you saying that.
For me, reading the landscape, a feature that actually is pretending to be something that isn't, I find misleading.
Well, I mean, Redcourt Lodge itself is no longer a gatehouse lodge, is it? It's now the entrance to phase one of the scheme that's been.
But it was, that's part of the historic fabric of the landscape, and it gives you a clue about how that landscape's developed.
Yeah, but you're dangerously close to running a functional relationship heritage case, which is no
Well,
part.
I'm just trying to answer your question. I'm trying to explain my views about this particular feature.
Okay.
I'm sorry I'm not helping you, but I'm just doing my best
Well,
to
no,
answer your question.
you're not helping me because I'm struggling to understand what's driving your
Well,
conclusions of harm.
I'm sorry, but that's
So,
that's
okay.
where I'm at.
All right. Now, I think just help me on this, that in our closing for the last inquiry, we did actually record in our closing, and I'll come to the reference a bit later on, but that you at that point were disputing whether the design of the lodge was successful. But whatever the position then, that's absolutely not your position now, correct?
Say it again, Dan.
You're not disputing that the design of the lodge is a successful design.
I think it's a good design. I think
It's a good design.
For what it is. I think it's a high quality design. I
High
don't
quality
dispute that at all.
All right, thank you.
I'm disputing significance within the landscape.
Yeah. I mean, aren't there lots of aspects of landscape that are about pretending ha-has in the landscape? There's lots of things that are not what they seem to be in the landscape, correct?
But the follies.
Mhm.
But a ha-ha is
Mm.
a definite feature of the landscape. It's about keeping sheep grazing out of a formal garden.
Mhm.
But then those sort of folly or artifice about a ha-ha, it's a functional thing.
Yeah.
There are follies, and there's a fashion for designing ruins.
Yeah.
And hermitages and things like that.
All right. So look, final thing on design, can I ask you to go, have you got Glivia with you? It's in CD 8.6.
I have my own copy here. That helps.
Oh, well, that's probably easier. So it's in, for others, it's in CD 8.6. And I'd like to go, so I'll give you the numbered page in a moment, but it's the electronic page for those doing it electronically is 95. And it's numbered page 88.
HH of Olivia.
Yes, of Glivia. So page 88, paragraph 5.37.
Yep.
So it says in 5.37, one of the most challenging issues in deciding whether the landscape effects should be characterised as positive or negative. It's also possible for effects to be neutral to the landscape. An informed professional judgment should be made about this, and criteria used in reaching the judgment should be clearly stated. They might include, but should not be restricted to, the degree to which the proposal fits with the existing character, contribution to the landscape the development may make in its own right, usually by virtue of good design, even if it is in contrast to the existing character. Now, the position is, so far as your evidence is concerned, that you have not, have you, clearly stated the things that you've taken into account in relation to how the design and the attractiveness of this building has featured in your assessment of impact.
I've already said before, it's if you take into account the part of assessment.
But it's not stated anywhere in your
No.
evidence? No. Okay, now let's move on from design. So at some point, I guess we'll need to take a break, but I'm happy to go on for a little bit longer if that's, yeah, convenient point. So I'm still looking at the scheme that is before this inquiry, but I've dealt with the design points. I want to talk to you about other aspects of the scheme now. So there is both a LEMP, a landscape ecological management plan, and a SANG creation management plan as part of this proposal, correct?
Correct.
The LEMP, which is just for reference at CD 1.41, I don't think we need to go to it for now, is a detailed 42-page document, and it's subject to a condition because the LEMP at the moment is in draft form, isn't it? And it will be finally approved under a condition.
As
Correct?
usual. Yeah.
Now, you have not, have you, in your written evidence or in your evidence in chief, sought to make any criticism of or suggestions for improvement of the LEMP?
Nope, I don't have any.
Sorry?
I don't have any.
You don't have any. Now, if you remember, when we looked at Mr. Smith's proof, maybe we should just go back to this. There was the diagram I showed you, which showed, I think it was at page 20. Let me just look. It's, sorry, page 23.
Yes.
If you go to page 23, figure 43, the LEMP is the one that's shown, the area that's covered by the LEMP is the area that's got cross-hatching across it. That includes, doesn't it, the access into LCA1?
Yes.
So when we talk about, which we will have to a little bit later on, about the proposed mitigation for the access, which encompasses, doesn't it, a lot of new planting. It's been no part of your case to suggest additional planting or that planting should be put in at a more mature stage or that there should be advanced planting. None of that's been part of your case, has it?
No.
Including at the access?
No.
No. Okay, and then there is also, isn't there, a SANG creation and management plan, that's CD 1.42. That's a 54-page document, and it's not a draft, this one. It's going to be secured by the condition that's been agreed. Again, you haven't sought to make any criticism, have you, or any suggestions for additional provision in that SANG creation and management plan?
I have none.
No. And then there are other documents that are also before the inquiry. So CD 2.24 is a landscape planting specification for the whole area of the detailed consent, which includes the access, correct?
Correct.
Again, that's a detailed CD 2.24. We don't have to go to it, but it's a detailed 29-page document. Again, no attempt by you to criticise it or analyse it or suggest anything that should be added, correct?
No, I think it's a planting plan. It's a good planting plan.
It's what, sorry?
It's a good planting plan.
Good
It has all the
planting plan.
information required.
And then similarly, there's at CD 2.23, there's a landscape design strategy document. Again, no part of your case to criticise that, correct? No, okay. Right, good. Now, I want to touch on the issue of the visual effects that you come to in your evidence. So we'll do visual effects and then we'll come back and do landscape effects. But I want to start with visual effects. And obviously we've touched on some of this already because we've looked at what the receptors are. We know they're all close in to the site. We know they're not the wider landscape. But can we go to your proof, straight to your proof, page 20, to the summary that you give of your account of the visual effects? So 7.1. My assessment is the appeal site has a moderate adverse effect from adjacent dwellings and the road network, and a substantial adverse effect from the public footpath adjacent to Midhurst Road. And then you say planting would attempt to screen views, but the screening afforded may not be effective for 15 years. Now, I want to explore that with you by reference to your table on the next page and how we get to that summary of your position. So first, the table, as we've seen already, looks at both year 1 and year 10 effects, correct?
Yes.
So notwithstanding that your evidence in 7.1 is that you don't believe the screening afforded will be effective for 15 years, your assessment that you've put before the inquiry is a year 1 and a year 10 assessment.
Yes.
You haven't done a year 15 assessment.
No.
Okay. So whatever we get to in your year 10 effects, which is your final column, given that year 10 is a time when you tell us you don't actually believe the mitigation by reference to planting will be effective, we must assume, mustn't we, that any year 15 effects on your own assessment will be less.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you accept, don't you, that there has already been some advance planting undertaken by the appellant in particular LCA 1 and 2. Yes.
So we're referring to the planting adjacent to
Scotland Close and
yeah.
yeah. So there's already,
Yes.
and the inspector will see it on site. And in fact, I think actually so this may help actually for when we do the site visit. If you could find, you may not be able to find this very easily, but it's CD 2.23. I don't know whether you've got access to that.
No.
Okay, I might be able to help you in a minute, but just give me 1 second so I can get it electronically. And it's electronic page 9. I may be able to help you. Let me just see. Yes, sorry. So it's CD 2.23. It should be electronic page 9. Yes.
Actually, hang on.
I have got a copy.
If you've got a copy, great. If not, I can probably
I've got a
find it,
copy.
but it'll probably take longer to find it than to.
Yeah, do you want to run it up? So I've got a copy, and I think it's numbered page 8. Electronically, it's page 9.
Thank you. Sorry, page number again?
Page 8.
Thank you.
So do you see that this is a plan showing the buffer planting strategy, and the third box in the key, which is that bright green colour?
Existing advanced buffer plan.
Yeah, and one sees that, don't you, running along the boundaries
Yes.
with Scotland Close, and also there is some of it that's internal to what looks like LCA 1. I think you can see that there are 2 hedgerows that don't quite meet in the middle.
I believe there's actually planted now on site on earthworks.
Okay. Okay, so there is advanced planting that's already been undertaken. And this specification also talks, doesn't it, in a number of places about the need to put in mature species for the planting in other places like the access, yes?
Yes.
And again, you haven't suggested there needs to be any more mature planting or more advanced planting as part of your assessment, have you?
So I think
No.
what's been proposed is more than adequate.
More than adequate. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Now,
That's not suggesting I accept the proposals, but I'm saying that as a planting proposal,
Yeah.
it works.
no, right. Okay, good. Now, in your table of visual effects on page 21 of your proof, I want to understand how that works with what you've told us in 7.1 about your summary of the visual effects, because what you tell us in the summary is that you consider that there are moderate adverse effects from the adjacent dwellings and the road network. So that's the first two groups of receptors, yes?
Yes.
Moderate adverse effect. If we then look at your your table, presumably your summary is based on the year 10 effect, the residual effect. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because actually, of course, for year 1, you've got substantial adverse for all of those, haven't you?
Yes.
So when you give that summary of moderate adverse for those first two groups of receptors, we're talking about the year 10 effect, yes?
Yes. So the effect is reducing as the planting grows.
Yeah. And in relation to that, in fact, on some of these receptors, like residents along Bellevue Lane and the users of Belleville Lane, actually at year 10, you've got to slight.
Yes.
And we must remember, as we agreed earlier, that this is year 10 when you are taking the view the planting would not be effective. At year 15, we would expect those to reduce further.
Yes, and those effects will reduce down to slight.
They might reduce down to slight. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now, can we then understand the other part of your summary in 7.1? You say, and a substantial adverse effect from the public footpath adjacent to Midhurst Road.
Yes.
Again, assume same methodology, you're looking at the year 10 effect.
Yes.
But if you look at the table, in fact, that's not your position, is it? Your position is at year 10, there would be a moderate adverse, not a substantial adverse effect.
Yes.
So your summary is incorrect, isn't it? So should we cross out substantial in the second line and replace it with moderate?
So we're talking about year 1 or year 10?
Well, you told me that your summary is based on year 10.
Yes.
So on that basis, in 7.1, to make sure that it corresponds with what you've told us about the other two groups of receptors, when it says and a substantial adverse effect on the public footpath adjacent to it, we should actually substitute moderate for substantial, shouldn't we?
Sorry, you slightly lost me.
Well, I've just put to you, and you've agreed with me, Mr. Petro, that when we were looking at the other two groups of receptors, the residential properties and the road views, that your summary in 7.1 was a summary of the position at year 10, correct?
Yes.
And it has to be, because otherwise you should be saying substantial adverse for those, and you're not, you're saying moderate.
Yes.
Now, same methodology must apply to the footpath impacts. And in relation to those, your summary says there will be a substantial adverse effect, but that's incorrect because your year 10 effect for the footpath is moderate. So there's an error, isn't there, in 7.1?
Should be moderate, yes.
Yes, it should be moderate. And again, same point, that's at year 10 when you say the mitigation would not be effective. So at year 15, when you accept it would be effective, that would fall further. Would it then be slight, potentially?
Let's say yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So the reality is that when we look at your page 19, your
The
year,
page.
sorry, page 21, sorry,
Right.
page 21, your conclusions about the year 10 position is that we have a mix of moderate and slight adverse effects. Yes.
Yes.
Further reducing at year 15 to slight.
Yes.
Thank you. Right, now there are there's a couple of other matters of methodology I want to explore, but so that might be a convenient moment. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's take a break then.
Yeah, let's take a break there. It's 25:02. Let's come back at 10:02, please.
Thanks, sir. Can I just raise, in terms of, just looking ahead in terms of timing, are you proposing to sit till 5? We started a bit earlier or not, just for car parking, really? Though I need to, and it's purely selfish. If, are we, you were thinking of ending at 4:30 or 5? Or I don't mind either way, I just need to, what time are you thinking of sitting to is really what I'm asking this afternoon.
Five.
5.
Or were we to get a bit beyond our cross-examination? I think we stretch it a bit.
Yeah, fine. I think Mr. Reed said he's going on till tomorrow probably anyway, but that's fine by me, so I just, yeah, fine, thank you.
I get the impression, I'm not asking, I get the impression we're making adequate progress.
We are making adequate progress.
So
yeah.
I'm actually wondering if we might conclude this today. So in terms of car parking, you better panic.
You get it?
This is there's have you read
You've already done yours, that's fine.
have you read David Panick's book, My Lord, I Need to Move My Car? You should.
Okay, 10:02 then, please. Of course, in the old days, you had to run out carrying money, but now you just sit there and.
Well, you assume.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think I've already extended.
Where did we get beer here?
There's
I heard the word double espresso.
There's a coffee once down the high street, or Gavin, so further down towards the end.
Oh, who is that? Okay. Not now, but for future reference.
We happy to get you one.
No.
Declare it, so.
That's a nice try.
Yeah, it's a desperate attempt. I think, I don't know if Waitrose do.
No, I don't think No, they don't unless you're a Waitrose club member.
Oh,
So
oh,
I don't
I
even do
see.
that anymore after COVID. Oh, do they not? There's a machine there, but it didn't have any. Oh, they didn't even do that.
I used to do a fancy. Espresso, you get you extend it, you just say pay.
I'm not sure about that clock.
And I thought there's something wrong there.
Very strangely, my two computers are reading 2-minute different times. I thought they were all linked into the whatever. So that's a common IT, right? We have that working on. Say different times. Very, very straightforward. Okay, let's press on then, please.
Thank you. So I want to explore a couple of other points about your methodology in relation to visual effects. Page 21 again, your table. You have a column in the middle of the table headed significance. And when we look down the table, the significance is moderate for all of the receptors apart from the public footpath along Midhurst Road, which you have the entry substantial for. Yes. Now, if you then flick forward to page 37, you've got a heading significance of visual effects.
Yeah.
Now, am I right to understand that significance of visual effects is a section that's describing the approach that you've taken to assessing those, i.e. what we see in that middle column in the table, significance?
Yes.
So we know, don't we, from what we've just looked at in the table, that the significance that you attribute to the public footpath along Midhurst Road is substantial, but your table doesn't have a substantial entry, does it, on page 37, neither in the sensitivity of the visual receptor, nor the magnitude of the effects, nor the results in the middle of the table. There is no substantial, is there?
No.
So it's not helpful, is it, really, for you to be expressing your views about significance by reference to a methodology that you haven't actually set out? So can I understand with you, when you say substantial, what are you actually referring to in terms of significance? Is it large to very large or moderate to large?
Large.
Sorry?
Large.
Well, large, that isn't even, so large to very large, so large, effectively, large, okay. So somewhere, so that's in the final column, moderate to large, and you say large.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, right, good. So that's understood. Okay, now I just want to further understand your methodology. So if we look at page 37, we get to a significance by combining the sensitivity of the visual receptor with the magnitude of the effects, the degree of the effect, correct?
Yeah, the change.
The change, yeah, I think that, yes, you say degree of change. So just if we take an example, please, if you go back to your page, if we go back to your page 19, I think would be quite, yes, page 19. You've got a medium sensitivity, haven't you, for medium sensitivity for the properties on Scotland Close, yes?
Yes.
So if we go to your, if we flick between page 19 and page 37, medium for sensitivity puts us into that second box there, medium, yes?
Yes.
And then in terms of, I then want to look at what the effect magnitude. So where do we find your magnitude of effect in the table?
Which table we're talking about?
Well, I mean, you tell me, where do we find it for your assessment? Is it the year 1 effect and the year 10 effect?
So which table are we looking at, please?
Well, I'm trying to understand. If you look at your page 37, we've identified what the sensitivity is, haven't we,
Yes.
of the properties within Scotland Close. So now I want to understand where you set out the magnitude of the effects, the degree of change to Scotland Close. So which table do I go to find out where you set out what the magnitude of effects are? I mean, I was wondering, is it page 21?
Or it'd be page 21?
So is it your year 10 effect?
Yes.
Is so that's okay. So are we taking, I mean, I'll just follow your methodology through. So that's your year 10 effect is for Scotland's Close moderate, is that right?
Moderate adverse, yes.
Moderate adverse. But if we can go to the table at the back, I mean, you haven't got a magnitude of effects change of moderate, have you, in that table? You've only got medium. So is it medium?
Well, yes.
Okay. So that's, we combine the medium sensitivity with the moderate, which we read as medium effect, and that's where we get to your moderate significance from, is it? In
Yes,
your,
yes.
okay. Thank you. Can I take another example, please, from your table? The users of Belville Lane on page 19. Again, just to understand, in terms of, well, let's do, sorry, page 21, significance, please. For the users of Belfort Lane, your significance is moderate, correct?
Yes.
And we derive that, again, if we go to your page 37, we need to look at what the sensitivity of that is. And I think you tell us the sensitivity for that is medium,
Yes.
correct? That's on page 19. And then we have to look at the effect on your approach, which is the year 10 effect. But that's slight adverse,
Yes.
correct? So if we then go back to your table 37, we haven't got slight on the top row, have we? So what is that, low?
Yes.
So low and medium, that takes us to slight, correct?
Yes.
And how does that, let's see how that compares. Does that compare to your page 21 slight? So that's where you get your slight from, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm glad I've understood that. Now, this slight adverse effect in relation to Belville Lane, we discussed earlier that on Belville Lane, from the viewpoints that we've got, there wouldn't be any visibility of the built form.
No, so we're referring to the wetlands.
The wetlands. Well, I mean, yes. I mean, that's just.
So we're not referring to built form, we're talking to engineering works associated with the wetlands.
Well, I mean, if you look at page 19 of Mr. Smith's proof,
What page, please?
page 19 of his proof. So on Belleville Lane,
Sorry, I need to wrestle with, hang on, let me,
yes, page 19.
yes,
So you can see Belleville Lane running directly south below the site. In terms of what someone using Belleville Lane is going to see, they're not going to see, are they?
My apologies, I'm looking at the wrong document.
Okay, so it's the Mr. Smith's proof, page 19.
Yeah, just bear with me. Right, apologies.
No. So
I
page
am
19, you should have the large
Yep,
master
yep.
plan. So, I mean, someone who's driving along Belleville Lane, they are not going to see, are they, any of the built form?
No,
No. So the parts that are closest to Belleville Lane are, as you've said, I think the nature reserve, the woodland, Sang, etc.
yeah, I'm referring particularly to the new wetlands.
But how do you get to a slight adverse impact at year 10 in relation to the provision of a nature reserve?
I'm assuming that the engineering works, et cetera, will be just starting to bed in, so they will still look a little bit raw after year 10, hence the slight adverse.
But
I might be over-egging it, it might be neutral,
well,
but that's my assessment at the moment.
well, I think you are over-egging it, aren't you?
No, I'd accept that.
Okay. And the reason I say that is because, I mean, if you remember, I know we're talking about visual rather than landscape effects at the moment, but in terms of the LCAs, if you go to page 10 of Mr. Smith's proof, what you're going to see from Belleville Lane is LCA 4 and 5, probably.
Yeah.
You recognise those in landscape terms as being beneficial, don't you?
I think perhaps I've over-egged it, and I'd be happy to at least concede at least neutral.
Well, I mean, at least neutral is better than where we were, but I wonder whether it's enough. I mean, the reality is you've accepted that in landscape terms in that area that it's beneficial. At year 10, not only is there not going to be any harm, I mean, can't we actually say positive at that point?
I would accept your view, yes.
Okay,
I think I've got that slightly wrong.
All right, thank you. Now, just looking at that a little bit further, I mean, I was taking you to task, wasn't I, really, about your year 10 effects on the users of Belleville Lane, which you tell us at 21 was slight adverse, and I think we've now got to positive. But at year 1, substantial adverse. So, I mean, is that still your position, substantial adverse?
I think given that the site would have just been constructed, and it's possible that the vegetation will only just be growing, and the engineering works will be, in my view, visible, I'd stick with that, but then reducing to neutral and to slight beneficial.
But I mean, the other thing to bear in mind is, remember when we looked at the viewpoints along Belvale Lane, 10, 11, 12, 13, for large parts of that road, it's quite heavily vegetated. You don't get any view of the site, do you?
We're talking about LCA5 or 4 or 3 or 2.
Well, I'm talking about viewpoints 10, 11, 12 and 13. Have you still got,
Yeah, but I'm trying to refer us back to the landscape compartments where the works are taking place.
yeah. Well, what I'm saying is if you're viewing the site from viewpoints 10, 11, 12 and 13 along Belvale Lane,
Yes.
when we looked at those earlier, it's heavily vegetated along that boundary. I'm suggesting to you that for very large parts of your journey along Belvale Lane, you're not going to see anything of the site.
I would accept your view, yes.
All right. Now, the reason I kind of wanted to deal with that with you was because, I mean, Belvale Lane lies, doesn't it, immediately north of the South Downs National Park, yes?
Correct. I think there is actually the boundary to that.
It's by the boundary, yeah. So, how is it that you're still arguing with me that there is a substantial adverse effect on the users of Belvale Lane in year one, but you consider there to be no effects whatsoever on the national park that lies right beside it?
Because the accessible parts of the national park that I've walked, you can't see it. But I think there are some but limited views from Bellevue Lane. The national park to the south is heavily wooded, and there are very limited views from the national park.
But you agree, I mean, there's no impact.
It's been quite some time since I walked those footpaths in national park, but that's from recollection.
But
There are very limited views from public points of view.
But we agree, don't we, that there's no impact on the setting of the national park?
Yes, that's not our case.
But there is nonetheless substantial adverse impact.
But I think that
on the road.
what we're talking about there particularly are the views of the built form with an LCA 1 and 2.
Sorry,
so there are no views of the built form
no.
within LCA 1 and 2 for the national park to the south.
No, but there's no views of LCA 1 and 2 from Belvale Lane either, is there?
No, but we've agreed that already. We're not talking about the built form, we're talking about the wetland.
Okay, all right. But well, I was just trying to explore because you're still, I think, holding on to substantial adverse for year one for Belvale Lane.
Where there are views and where there are views of the engineering works, the excavations, the soil, etc. I think yes, there is.
Where there are views, but you've agreed.
Where there are views, yes.
You've agreed with me that there are, for large parts of it, there's no view at all.
Limited views, yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, just one other matter, again, in relation to your methodology in your table. Residents of Red Court, which is one of your private view residential receptors, you've got substantial adverse effect in year one and moderate adverse effect in year 10, correct?
Correct.
There's very limited, isn't there, intervisibility between Red Court and the appeal site.
I completely accept that. I think there are limited views, and where those views are possible and they're limited and it's a private view, there are adverse effects, but those views are limited and they're a private view.
Well, there's already boundary planting, isn't there, within the Red Court site itself, yes?
Yeah.
And there's more boundary planting proposed as part of our scheme. That's part of the landscape design strategy. It's also correct, isn't it, that the height of the buildings closest to Red Court are limited on the plans to 1 and 1.5 stories.
Yes.
That's CD 1.5. So I just want to understand with you, you're saying substantial adverse in year one and moderate, despite the fact that there is very limited, if any, visibility between Red Court and...
Because there are limited views.
Right.
And where those views and they are limited are possible, there's adverse, but the views are limited.
But Red Court is a listed building.
Yes.
Yeah. And the council, in the officer report, took the view that there would be no harm to Red Court as a listed building from the development of the appeal site,
Yes.
because there would effectively be next to no visibility.
I said that the views are very limited. I'm not
Yeah, but-
disagreeing with them.
But how can you possibly reconcile, Mr. Petro, you suggesting that there is substantial falling to moderate adverse harm to the residents of Red Court, when the council's clear and stated position based on our heritage assessment is that because of the pretty much non-existence of visibility, there would be no harm in,
Well,
in heritage terms?
I'm not disagreeing with them. I'm just saying that the views are very limited. We're
Well-
not disagreeing on that.
You're not disagreeing, but I mean, in reality, if the position is there's such limited, if any, visibility that there's no heritage harm, really, you should be accepting that there is no harm.
Now, I'm not accepting there's no harm. I'm accepting there's very limited harm
Right, so,
to those limited views. I'm not making
right, so,
a big case about views from Red
Right.
Court.
so can we scrub out substantial adverse and moderate adverse for year 1 and year 10 for Red Court? And can we say what, slight and slight?
I don't think it's quite as straightforward as that.
Well, isn't it?
No, where those very limited views are possible,
Hmm.
I think the assessment remains the same, but the inspector has to take into account that those views are limited. It's not from the whole, I mean, everywhere within the property boundaries, they're very limited views. But where those views are possible, there is an adverse effect, but they're limited.
Well, I'm going to just, well, I'll leave it there. The documents on heritage are clear about the visibility. I'll take that up in closing. Can I ask you then about the final visual receptor, which is the public rights of way along Midhurst Road, which we talked
Yep.
about earlier. I mean, just in terms of the nature of that road, you accept it is a main road. It's an arterial road connecting Hazelmere to Midhurst. It carries a lot of traffic, doesn't it?
It's a busy road.
It's a busy road, yeah. And it currently, that road has in a number of places on it, doesn't it, road markings already in existence?
Yes.
Yes. And in addition, there are a number of drives off that road giving access to properties, correct?
Yes.
So one gets views as one goes along that road of driveways and houses, buildings, visible through vegetation along the road, correct?
That's correct. Those driveways are private driveways and they're relatively small. The opening is relatively narrow.
Right, okay. Now, you also say in your proof, please, at 10.3, you say second line, a new vehicular access road would run from Midhurst Road required to service the new housing. The new junction and increase in traffic movements would adversely affect the character and appearance of the road, which marks the start of the countryside from the built-up area of Hazelmere. Now, just two things on this. The first one and most important one is, are you really contending that the increase in traffic will itself adversely affect the character and appearance, having regard to how busy that road is already?
I think it's very limited.
Very limited. I mean, have you actually looked, for example, at any of the transport assessments about what the proportion of new traffic is that we're putting on that road?
No.
No. So, I mean, that's not really a point between us, is it? The
No.
traffic itself? No. Okay. And then the second thing is you mention in this same paragraph, you say would affect the character and appearance of the road, which marks the start of the countryside from the built-up area of Hazelmere. So what is the point, please, that you say marks that change from Hazelmere to the countryside? Where exactly on Midhurst Road is that?
I can't give you an exact
No.
point of Midhurst Road. What I'm saying is that as you leave Hazelmere, you're very aware that you're leaving Hazelmere, and the site is part of your experience in moving from an urban area into a rural area.
I mean, have you, for example, looked about where the town sign is for Midhurst?
No.
No. Okay, well, we'll ask the
But
inspector.
I think, when the inspector drives and perhaps walks, we'll invite him to take into account that experience of how the appeal site does give an appreciation of leaving the settlement and emerging into the countryside.
Okay, right. Well, we'll ask the inspector on site to have a look at the town sign, which is south of the
Absolutely.
access. But let's move on to landscape effects, because we've been talking about visual effects. I want to move on to landscape effects. I mean, obviously, we've touched on the basics about the character areas and where the harm that you allege derives from. But I want to explore a few other matters in relation to this. So what I would like to do is, first of all, could we look at the statement of common ground on landscape again, please? Paragraph 4.7.
Yep.
4.7, the level of, this is the matters which are in dispute. Okay, so just to be clear about that. But 4.7, the level of compliance with the Surrey Hills Environmental Design Guide, November 2019. So one of the issues that is agreed to lie between us on landscape effects is the level of compliance with the Surrey Hills Environmental Design Guide, correct?
Yes.
There is nowhere in your proof, is there, where you deal with the Surrey Hills Environmental Design Guide?
No.
No. So could we look at that document then, please? It's NID 7.20.
NID
7.20.
I'm with you.
Now, first of all, given that we've agreed that this is an issue, the issue between us is about the level of compliance with this document, it can't be part of your case, can it, to dispute relevance? This document is a relevant document, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. Now, we see from the first page, it's headed the Environmental Design Guidance, and it says at the bottom of the first page, guidance on conserving and enhancing country lanes and villages in the Surrey Hills. And if you go to page 2, to the second paragraph, do you see under introduction?
That's starting to reduce the impact.
No, so have you got, so page 2, actually, sorry, it might be page, yes, it's electronic page 2, yeah, number page 1, yeah. Have you got that? It says introduction, and then it says second paragraph, the appearance of the Surrey Hills has been shaped. You got that? Are you in the right? This CD, so it's NID 7.20.
So the document's entitled Surrey Hills Environmental Design Guidance.
Yes, and if you go to the second page in.
After the contents.
No, it's on the same page as the contents. There's introduction.
I'm with you, sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
introduction.
So
See-
I was on the wrong page.
Yeah, okay, so introduction. See the second paragraph under introduction. The appearance of the Surrey Hills has been shaped for centuries by changing patterns of land use and settlement.
Yep.
The end result is a rich and diverse built heritage featuring many small farmsteads, pleasant hamlets with village greens and grand houses set in parkland. Local materials like stone, flint, tile, brick and timber have featured throughout the Surrey Hills, defining the sense of place.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's quite clear from this, isn't it, that settlement and built form is recognised as being part of the long established character of the national landscape.
Yes.
Thank you. And then electronic page 8, numbered page 7, but electronic page 8, there's a number 3, building design in the Surrey Hills.
Yes.
It says, in relation to this, the following principles should be adopted for all forms of development within the Surrey Hills AONB, whether inside or outside settlements, or for large and small developments, including those for which planning permission is not required. And then it says these principles should be referred to in the design and access statement accompanying a planning application to demonstrate how the proposal helps to conserve and enhance the beauty of the Surrey Hills landscape. You've then got a number of characteristics set out there. 3.2, conserve the character of the setting. You've got 3.3, conserve the scale, height and proportion of buildings. 3.4 and 5, celebrate the detailing of buildings. 3.5, choose appropriate materials and finishes, etc. And then 3.7, you've got value of treatment boundaries, etc. Now, there are a number of criteria in here that are set for when you build in the AONB, what you should do. You have not alleged, have you, in any respect, a failure to comply with any part of this guidance?
No.
No. So the only evidence that the inspector has before this inquiry is Mr. Smith's evidence, and he sets this out in his proof at paragraph 3.52. He runs through all of these points and records that there is compliance with all of these paragraphs, and it's no part of your case to dispute that, correct?
No.
Good. Now, next, please. In your proof, obviously one of the documents you do refer to in a number of places is the AONB management plan, yes?
Yes.
And we agree, as I think we agreed earlier, the DEFRA guidance emphasises, the new DEFRA guidance emphasises the importance of considering compliance with the management plan, yes?
Yes.
Now, it's correct, first of all, isn't it, that the reason for refusal itself doesn't make any direct reference to the management plan, but it does refer to policy RE3, and that does cross-refer to the management plan, doesn't it? Okay, good. Now, your evidence on this, please, 8.6 and 8.7 of your proof. So you say 8.6, Surrey Hills AONB management plan sets out a vision and policies for the conservation of the natural beauty of the Surrey Hills landscape. The vision for the Surrey Hills recognises that the landscape will change, but ensures it changes in a way that conserves and enhances its special qualities. In doing so, it also needs to maintain the social and economic viability of the Surrey Hills in a sustainable manner. And then you refer to two policies, P1, in balancing different considerations associated with determining planning applications and development land allocations, great weight will be attached to any adverse impact the development proposal would have on the amenity landscape, scenic beauty of the AONB and the need for its enhancement. And then policy 2 gives attention to potential impacts on ridge lines, public views and tranquility, as well as material colour and dark skies. Now, I'm going to examine policies P1 and P2 with you in a moment, but there are many other policies in the management plan which Mr. Smith in his evidence runs through and says there is compliance with. So could you turn to Mr. Smith's proof, please, at page 33? Mr. Smith at page 33 and 34 runs through a number of other policies within the management plan and sets out his view that there is compliance. Can I just understand it? Your position is, apart from P1 and P2, you don't dispute, do you, his account of compliance with all of the other policies?
No.
No. Okay, so and just to understand that for a moment, I don't want to spend time on all of them, but just we look at some of them. If you look at his page 33, under the first row, table 4.0, response to the SHMP, the second entry is woodland management, policies W1 to W5. And obviously, this is seeking for there to be positive management of woodland in the national landscape. And this scheme achieves that, doesn't it?
Yes.
So it's obviously compliant, correct? Yes. Yeah. And then B1 to B5 in the second column, the Surrey Hills Management Plan encourages provision of biodiversity management, and Mr. Smith's view is, looking at the LEMP and the SANG, that those policies are all complied with, and that must be right, mustn't it?
That's agreed.
Yep. Thank you. And then recreation, health and well-being, policies RT1 to RT4. These policies are about encouraging people to visit the national landscape, And again, given that we are providing access to the public of 78% of the site, whatever it is, that again is met clearly, yes?
Agree.
And then RT2, which he also refers to there, talks about making sure that there is information provided for people for them to have a greater understanding and enjoyment of the Surrey Hills AOMB. And we've got a number of routes through the site. We've got the Walkers Bothy, I think they're called. So again, full compliance with that policy. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And then P3, please, if you, P3, which is dealt with by Mr. Smith at the bottom of the page 33, that's a policy that when you look at it, says development proposals should be of high quality design and respect local distinctiveness, etc. And again, we're agreed that in design terms, we meet that, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. And then over the page, we'll see that there are some other matters dealt with there. P1 to P6, I'll come back to P1 and P2, but there's traffic and transport, which is not an issue, and then economy, tourism and community development. Now, policy CE3 talks about encouraging schemes that provide affordable housing. Again, this is probably going into Mr. Johnson's evidence, but no part of your case to allege a breach of that policy, correct?
No.
No. Right, now, we'll look in a moment at your allegations about breach of P1 and P2. So perhaps we probably need to go to the management plan itself, which is in CD 7.9. Have you got access to that?
Yep. Just give me a couple of seconds and I will. Oh, hang on.
CD 7.9.
No.
I'm fearing that you might not. Just give me one moment. Might be able to pop again.
Shall I give back some documents too, so I can get
Yeah,
through?
probably.
If not, I've got it as a separate document on my computer, if that helps.
Have you got it?
I can find it, yeah.
I mean, you can have mine. It is marked up, but
No, should we? Hang on. Sorry, Hills Management Plan. Yes?
it is indeed. Yeah. So CD
Yeah,
7.9.
but it's called the Surrey Hills Management Plan.
Yes.
Yeah, I
that's
can
right.
pull it up separately. yeah.
Okay, good. So could we please look in this document? It's page 33, numbered, I think. Is that right? No, probably electronic. Sorry, just give me a moment. Just give me 1 second and I'll get up the,
Got page 33,
just give me 1 minute. I'm going to just get
which is
it up,
P1.
up electronically so I can give the electronic page and the numbered page. Yes, we are. That's what we're looking at.
P1 to P6.
P1, yes. So it should be on electronic page 17 and it's, I can't see the number.
Got page 33 on
Okay,
mine.
yeah, page 33, that's it. So P1, in balancing different considerations associated with determining applications, etc. I mean, that just reflects, doesn't it, paragraph 189 of the MPPF about giving great weight to national landscapes, correct?
Yes,
Yeah, and I mean, that's a matter that ultimately has to be considered by Mr. Johnson as part of the overall planning balance, yes?
yes.
Okay, good. Now, P2 has a number of elements. So the first one is development will respect the special landscape character of the locality, giving particular attention to potential impacts on ridgelines, public views and tranquility. Now, can you look at Mr. Smith's proof again, please, at page 34?
Yeah,
He says under P2, at the top of that first column, the scheme has paid attention to its topographical location and is set in a visually discrete location. I mean, in terms of the housing, that's correct, isn't it?
We've agreed that before.
You
yeah.
agreed that, yeah. The homes are not on an openly apparent site with extensive views of the wider landscape. You agree that, yes?
Yes.
Whilst an element sits in alignment with a small ridge, it is well contained visually by existing homes, buffer planting and mature woodland. We agree that, don't we, as
Yes.
well? And then it is in this location that the homes have been laid out in a considered way that both spatially and through the use of local forms and materials harmonises with their national landscape context. Do you dispute that?
No.
No. Thank you. And in terms of buildings that fall outside of that area, we're looking at the lodge, which we've discussed, the Scout building and the Forest School, correct? Those are the only other buildings outside of that close area up to the settlement.
In terms of built form.
Yeah, in terms of
yes.
built form, yeah. Okay, and then back to P2, the next thing it says is the proposed use and colour of external building materials will be strictly controlled to harmonise within their related landscape and particularly to avoid buildings being incongruous. Well, that's no part of your case to allege a breach of that,
No.
is it? No. And then finally, it says in remoter locations with darker skies, development proposals causing light pollution will be resisted. Now, are you running a dark skies case?
No.
No. Okay, now, in the management plan, you refer to, I think this is in your proof at 5.5, you make another reference to the management plan. I think it's 5.5. Let me just... So in your proof, if we go to 5.5, I think it is. Yeah, I've got it, yeah. Yes. You, I think, refer to here, I'm just trying to find the reference, to the management plan talking about the threat of housing. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's in
Yes.
that's in the
Yes, it's the
introduction
first,
to
the
the,
yes, that's right. And you've got it in the first line, haven't you, at 5.5, you say, one of the key threats to its natural beauty identified by the management plan is new housing.
yes.
And I just wanted to explore that with you, because if we go back to the management plan itself, obviously it does indeed make that reference that you've referred to about the threat of housing. That's discussed, isn't it? As you said, I think in the introduction, is that correct?
Yes, and it also makes reference to preserving the special qualities, the scenic qualities of the landscape in the introduction.
Yeah, but
So I think it's important the document is read by the inspector, I'm sure he will do,
yeah,
in the whole, rather than taking kind of snap points, bullet points out of it. So it's
Yeah,
important to consider the whole document as well as the different policies.
yeah, indeed. And I mean, remember we talked about if you go to electronic page 19 of the management plan,
What page number is it? And
36 page number, electronic page 19. There's a heading about economy, tourism and community development. And we talked about policy C3 a moment ago, encourages both the provision and retention of affordable housing. But if you look at the text that supports that, the second paragraph, a DEFRA study by Professor Bibby of the University of Sheffield has identified.
page 36.
Yeah, 36.
I'm wrong page. With
It should have C3 on the right-hand side, and then there's supporting text on the left-hand side.
so just read it. There seems to be a page missing in mine, but if you read it, we can.
It says a DEFRA study published by Professor Bibby. It's the second paragraph on numbered page 36.
For some reason, mine page is going from 36 to 37.
Well, it's on 36.
Oh, I see. Sorry, it's me. No, it's me. Yeah.
So a DEFRA study has identified Surrey Hills
The
as
second paragraph.
yeah, an elite residential enclave. 43.1% of dwellings in the AMB have a registered company director in residence. Relative prosperity creates major issues relating to affordable housing. It means local people who do not have access to everyday facilities, jobs, or car can be excluded. And this is the AOB management plan seeks to ensure the protection and enhancement of environmental quality, leads to Surrey Hills being an attractive place to live, work, and invest in and visit for all families, for all members of the community. Particular regard needs to be given to promoting those sustainable forms of social and economic development, including affordable housing. So it's right to say that there's a reference to the threat of housing as a threat to the natural beauty, but there's also equally, isn't there, a recognition of the importance and necessity of affordable housing in the AONB.
Yep, it's not just the rich, it's for everybody.
Right, good, thank you. Now, in your proof, please, paragraph 2.6. You say at the bottom of 2.6, development proposals should consider any landscape character assessments for the locality and the Surrey Hills management plan. Now, we've considered the management plan just now, you and I. In terms of landscape character assessments, we went through the AMEC study, didn't we, earlier? Yes?
Yes.
There's one other study that's referred to as being relevant in the Statement of Common Ground, and that is the Surrey LCA. Yes. Now, on that Surrey LCA, your proof at 4.3 says the Surrey Landscape Character Assessment is a broad scale assessment and a useful baseline, but of limited use in assessing the site itself. And in preference to that, you go to the sightline assessment, which divides the site up into 7 parts. Yes.
Yes.
Um,
So I think it's important to consider that, and obviously the landscape character units within the landscape character assessment are always going to be broad and broad brushed. There's going to be some variation, and it's important to consider the site in more detail.
okay. Thank you. Now,
Which is LCA 1 to 7.
yeah. So we'll talk about the Surrey study in a minute by reference to what else you say about it. But before we do that, in your table on page 11, 4.4, you set out your assessment of the landscape value of the 7 areas, correct? Yes. I'm not sure we necessarily need to spend a huge amount of time on 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, given that we've got 2 positive in terms of the effects of the scheme. But on LCA 1 and 2, you assess them as being of high landscape value.
Yes.
Yes. Now, just to understand that, is there anything in your proof that tells us why you get to high for those, other than that they are in the national landscape in the AONB?
No, they are in the national landscape. They conform to the Surrey Landscape Character Assessment. They are undeveloped. My view is they have a high value, high desirability, and consequently a high landscape sensitivity.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, not all land in a national landscape is automatically going to be ascribed a high landscape value.
Of course, if the land management or something else has happened to that land to degrade it and devalue it, the value, desirability, and sensitivity could, of course, be lower.
Yeah.
But in this case, my view is they are high.
Yeah, but just in terms of the principle, you and I agree that just because a piece of land is within the AONB or national landscape does not mean you automatically ascribe a high landscape value to it, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that must be true because, of course, in your table, LCA 6 and 7 are both within the national landscape, but you actually ascribe a low or medium or low
Of course, because it's a former tennis court. It doesn't have any scenic qualities, values, or anything to make it important as a landscape.
Yeah.
It's a man-made feature that degrades the national landscape. Very small area, mind you.
Yeah. And then we've seen earlier, I don't want to go back to it, but the council's consultants, AMEC, when they did their study for where they might put development on the edges of towns and villages, they decided that there was only a medium
Yeah.
sensitive,
Yeah.
medium value to the whole of that area, not just LCA 1 and 2, but the whole area. Yes.
And it's surprising,
Well,
but
that's
that's what they've done.
that's what they've done. That they're not our consultants; they're the council's consultants. Now, in your proof at 10.2, please, if we just jump forward to that. You say at 10.2, the proposals are contrary to various things and constitute major development within this protected landscape. And then you say this area has a high landscape value, susceptibility, and high sensitivity.
Yeah.
What do you mean by this area?
The appeal site in the round and the appeal site in the round.
But there are parts of the appeal site that you yourself recognise, are not of a high value.
No, I'm talking about the appeal site in the round,
Right.
which is referring to LCA 1 and 2, and that's the most pertinent to the conversation we're having.
Yeah. Now, I mean, Glivia tells us, doesn't it, that you shouldn't overly rely on a designation in order to indicate the value,
Yeah,
correct?
the reasons we discussed.
So,
For the reasons we discussed before.
For the reasons we
that
discussed.
there could well be areas that are
yeah,
of a lower value.
Yeah.
And it's important you visit the site and understand the site
okay,
and come to your own conclusions. But the
okay,
designation is the starting point,
yeah,
which you then work backwards and forwards.
okay. And for the inspector's note, that's paragraph 5.45 of Glivia, which is CD 8.6. Glivia also says, doesn't it, that if the area affected by a proposal is at the margins of a designated area, then you should give thought to the extent to which it demonstrates the characteristics and qualities which led to the designation of the area. So that's recognised, that's 5.47. That's recognising, isn't it, that where land is at the very edges of a designation, it may not meet all of the characteristics of the designation by definition.
Yeah, it's possible that the adjacent land uses are bleeding into and affecting landscape character and quality of that area.
Yeah. So just focusing on LCA 1 and 2, can we go to the previous inspector's decision? And I do that obviously on the usual without prejudice basis about its relevance, legal relevance to this appeal, but it's something you went to repeatedly in your evidence in chief, and I will have to come back to it briefly a bit later on. But can we go to paragraph 84, please? So this is NID. This is NID 3.8.
3.8.
Yeah, NID 3.8.
I'm with you.
And it's paragraph 84, which is on page 16, happily both electronic and hard copy.
So 84.
84.
Second paragraph under landscape sensitivity.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, 84. And you'll see at the very end of that paragraph, last 3 lines, there is, I acknowledge, little that is inherently distinctive in respect of the northern fields, which form part of LCA 1 and LCA 2. WBC described them as paddocks. So you were asked a number of times elsewhere in this appeal decision whether you agreed with the inspector's characterisation of various matters. Do you agree with this characterisation that there is little inherently distinctive in respect of LCA 1 and 2, and that the council themselves have referred to them as paddocks?
I would agree in that they are paddocks. There's nothing particularly distinctive about those paddocks other than that they are representative of the landscape character assessment study.
Yeah, okay. And in terms of what one experiences on those fields at the moment, could we go again to the landscape and visual impact assessment? So that's CD 2.54. You've got the hard copy, I think.
This is the sight line.
Yes, that's correct. So, but for everybody else who's going electronically, let's just get there first. So CD 2.54 part 2. and it's numbered page, I think 41, electronic page 7. So numbered page 41, electronic page 7.
I'm with you.
And we have a figure 10.9, determination of the zone of visual influence. And you've got various, you've got some circles, yellow circles within the appeal site with various arrows coming out, C1, C2, E1, E2, etc. You see those, yes?
Yes.
Then if you go to the next page, C1 and C2, this is taken, isn't it, this photograph from LCA2, correct?
Yes, this is looking towards the housing
Yeah.
along Scotland,
Yeah. So within these northern fields, these paddocks,
Scotland Place, sorry.
yes, within northern fields and the paddocks, one has a very clear sense of the edge of settlement, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, that is the current edge of settlement boundary between Hazelmere and the national landscape, correct?
Yes.
And there's nothing, is there, particularly attractive about that edge of settlement boundary?
No?
No. And could you then, have you got a copy of Mr. Pullen's presentation that he made yesterday?
I do indeed.
Could you have a look, please, at that presentation at page 22? Now, these are obviously illustrative because we're looking at the outline part of the scheme. But if the development were permitted, and this was now, although the site would remain, of course, in the AONB, it would be housing, it would appear as part of the town. Would you agree with me that what we see in figure 33 is a far more attractive edge of Hazelmere than the current situation of Scotland Place?
I'm getting a bit confused that you're asking me,
Yeah. Well, if you
but
look at,
this is a view of the parkland, not the housing, isn't it?
no, it's the housing from the park. It is from the parkland looking at the housing. So that would be the edge, effectively. I mean, not in policy terms, but
Oh, sorry. I
that would be
understand.
the edge of Hazelmere, wouldn't
Understand,
it?
yeah.
Effectively. That is a
which-
much more attractive edge,
So
isn't it?
which way is this view looking?
Sorry?
So figure 33,
Yeah, figure 33.
which way is it looking in
It's
relation
it's looking
to?
back at the housing, isn't it? From the parkland. You can see, if you go to the bottom picture, you can see the parkland below the housing. Do you see that in the figure 3?
Yeah,
Right. And then figure 33 is extract illustrative picturesque parkland setting. So that's a view from the parkland looking into the housing. You can see the housing in the background, can't you?
okay, well, I agree
Yeah.
with you, yes, but
And my point is that is a far more attractive edge to Hazelmere than the current edge.
as an artist's impression, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Now, the next thing I need to deal with you is in terms of landscape. Mr. Smith analyzes in detail the guidance for assessing landscape for designation as a national park or an AONB, the GALD, in his proof. And could we go to his proof, please, Mr. Smith's proof, at paragraph 3.41.
Which page number, please?
So paragraph 3.41, page 12 of his proof. And I think we,
Just bear with me, bear with me. Okay,
And again, I think it's probably worth getting out that guidance as well. And that's in ID 5.3. So not NID 5.3, ID 5.3. If you haven't got it, it should be on the council's website.
so NID,
No, not NID, just ID 5.3. ID 5.3. Yes,
ID,
5.3 should be the guidance for assessing landscapes for designation as national park or AONB.
sorry, you give me again, I'm on the wrong thing. NID,
No, not NID, just ID 5.3. There's a separate folder for IDs rather than NIDs, and it's ID 5.3.
so core documents. Do I need it? Can you read it to me or do I need it?
Well, okay,
Just make sure I've got it.
yes,
I
so
think I found it, but what's the title?
its title is,
It looks
Guy-
like
yeah,
that's-
so-
it looks like that's.
yes, guidance for assessing landscapes for designation. And I was going to go to,
No,
so
so let me try, so core documents,
then below core documents are IDs, but not NIDs, IDs. And it's
hang on, I've got it, ID,
5.3
other documents.
of the IDs, 5.3. That should be the guidelines.
Guidelines for assessing
Yeah.
landscape. I've got it.
That's it.
Pretty struggle, but I've got it.
No, that's good. So just in relation to that, if you go to electronic page 29, there's Appendix 1, Evaluation Framework for Natural Beauty.
Okay,
So this is a set of criteria which are published by Natural England to assess whether an area is suitable for inclusion in a national landscape or national park by reason of natural beauty, yes?
yes,
You don't address this document in your written evidence, do
No.
you? No. And if we go to electronic page 31, there's a subheading, Cultural Heritage.
page,
Electronic 31, numbered page 25.
mine starts statutory designations for designating landscapes. Statutory provisions for designating landscapes.
So electronic page 31, numbered page 25, there's a heading in a box called Cultural Heritage.
No, I can't find it.
All right, can I just
Would
read
you read?
I'll read
through
it to you. So cultural
down.
heritage, it says, this is amongst the criteria for designation, built environment, archaeology, and designated landscapes, or sorry, designed landscapes. So presence of settlements, buildings, or other structures that make a particular contributions to perceptions of natural beauty. So it's recognised, isn't it, part of the criteria that Natural England published for natural beauty includes the built environment. Yes,
I'd agree, yes.
you agree, including the presence of settlements.
Yes,
Yes. Now, if you then switched back to Mr. Smith's proof that I asked you to look at, page 12,
yes,
he runs through, doesn't he, in paragraphs 3.40, 3.41, 42, 43, and 44, all the ways in which the guidance document recognises built form and settlement as an important part of the natural beauty criterion, correct?
we're seeing natural beauty or scenic beauty.
Well, the heading to this whole section at Appendix 1 is evaluation framework for natural beauty criterion.
Okay,
So this is part of the natural beauty criterion. And in multiple places, this document recognises that built form and settlement are a part of the natural beauty of a national landscape, correct?
yes,
There are a number of settlements, aren't there, that are completely washed over by this national landscape, yes?
yes,
I mean, Hazelmead is not one of them, strangely, but others are completely washed over. Now, in relation to that, if you look at Mr. Smith's paragraph 3.49, just one example here, he says, the positive associations with built form being an inherent part of the national landscape's character, extends to lodges and parkland. We see this from both the GALD and from the Surrey Hills Environmental Design Guide. At its paragraph 3.9, under the heading of cherished designed landscapes, it says, parkland makes an important contribution to the area's picturesque scenery and provides a sense of continuity and grand scale. Retain estate and parkland character, boundary walls, gates, fencing, lodges, and estate cottages. So again, it's not just, is it, that built form and settlement is a recognised part of the natural beauty criterion, but in this particular national landscape, lodges are singled out as a feature of the national landscapes, correct?
as part of the parkland, yes,
Yeah, okay.
and part of the estates.
Okay. Now, just in relation to that, the only places where I think you deal with settlement and built form in any kind of detail is if you go to your proof, please. At 4.2.2. You have a section 4.2.2 where you set out a very long passage from the Surrey Landscape Character Assessment. Have you found that? You're page
Yes.
9, and it runs through to page 11. Now, this is from the, as you tell us, from the Surrey Landscape Character Assessment, and there are a large number of criteria here that you set out under the heading land management. Now, I presume you set these out because you consider them to be important when one's considering landscape impacts as against the Surrey Landscape Character Assessment, correct?
Yes,
Right. So could we just run through, please, and understand with you the extent to which you actually allege there isn't compliance with this? So I want to run through these with you. And obviously, this is all from the perspective, as we've been discussing, that settlement and built form is part of the recognised natural beauty criterion of the, and particularly of this national landscape. And before we run through all of those in your proof, I wanted to ask you one more question, please, about the previous inspector's decision, which you went to a number of times. So can we just go back to that? I don't know if you've still got it open, but that's in, sorry. Yes, NID 3.8. NID 3.8, thank you.
I will need to open it again, but NID,
3.8.
I am with you.
Now, I think if you've got there, it's if you can go to page 22 of the decision.
I am with you.
Now, I think you were asked about at least paragraphs 121 and possibly 122 in your evidence in chief, and whether you agreed with the inspector's
Yes,
conclusions on this. Can I ask you about paragraph 120? The inspector says 4 lines down, architecturally, it, which is the lodge, bears much similarity with the lodge formerly associated with Red Court. However, I question the use of the word landscape in that Olivia phrase. As reasoned at paragraph 78 above, which I think you also went to, the AONB was designated as regards natural beauty rather than for its built environment. Now, we have just trailed through a large number of documents, including Natural England's own guidance for the criterion of natural beauty and the Surrey Hills Environmental Design Guide. And it is quite clear that the built environment is to be seen as part of the natural beauty criterion, correct?
Yes,
So the inspector, in setting off on his paragraphs 121 and 122, has fundamentally misunderstood, hasn't he, the nature of natural beauty as set out in the relevant documents.
in this context, no, I don't think he has. I think he's referring here to natural beauty as being undeveloped areas of a landscape,
But-
rather than areas of landscape that contain built form
Yeah.
too. So his reasoning, I think, that one of the site's merits is its undeveloped nature, and its undeveloped nature is what gives it this thing he's calling natural beauty, as opposed to built form.
Yeah, but that's fundamentally wrong, isn't it? Because what he's saying
Not
is,
this context, no.
well, of course it is, because he's saying by definition, because you've got a lodge, built form isn't got nothing to do with natural beauty. He's saying it was designated for natural beauty rather than for its built environment. But I mean, that is just plain wrong, because the designation criteria include built form as part of the criteria for natural beauty.
Well, my understanding from this inspector, of course he's not here, so and we can't be certain, is that he's referring to natural beauty as being undeveloped landscape rather than landscape and a landscape with built form. That's what I believe he's referring to.
Yes, that is what he's referring to. And I'm saying to you, he's fundamentally wrong to do so, because that ignores the fact that Natural England's criteria for natural beauty include built form.
Yeah, but his reference here to natural beauty is landscape without built form.
I know, but
So
that's not.
he's using it a slightly different way, but that's how he's decided to do it.
But no, he's saying about how it was, why it was designated as regards natural beauty. But we know that the natural beauty criterion for designation include built form, don't we?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, can we go back to your proof, please? Page 9. Page 9. I want to run through, please, with you, the various criteria that you've set out here. Sorry, have you still got the inspector's decision open?
I have.
Could you go back to paragraph 78 that's cross-referred to? Sorry, sir, my fault. 78, which is the paragraph that's cross-referred to in the paragraph that we've just seen. As above, established in 1958, stretches across the North Downs. While the AONB inevitably encompasses various settlements and buildings, it was nonetheless established for the purposes of conserving and enhancing natural beauty, a point to which I will return. So the inspector is there, isn't he, contrasting, on the one hand, natural beauty, and on the other hand, settlements and buildings as being distinct.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not right either, is it? Because we know that the criterion for natural beauty encompass settlements and buildings. Yes?
Well, I think back to the same point before. I think he's making the distinction between areas that contain built form and areas that don't.
But yes, I mean, yes, he is, but he's drawing a contrast, isn't he, between
What?
built form and natural beauty. But that's a mistake, because natural beauty, as defined by Natural England in their designation criteria, encompasses built form and settlements. You shouldn't be distinguishing them in that way.
But that's what he's doing.
Yes, that is what he's doing. Thank you. Good. Now,
But I don't think he's necessarily wrong in that. And that I think the national landscape could contain areas that have natural beauty, contain built form, and areas that also don't. So I think he's trying to make the distinction between those two sorts of landscapes. Attractive landscapes that contain settlement and those that don't.
well, I've got your answer that you don't think he's wrong, but what I'm
Well,
more,
I believe that's what he's doing. I mean,
well, I know, but I'm more interested in, I'm saying to you, I don't my position to you is that can't be consistent with Natural England's guidance. And I just want to have an answer from you. That can't be consistent with the guidance, can it?
It's not consistent with the guidance, but I think that is what he is attempting to do.
All right.
Is to give this balance of genius. There are highly attractive areas of national landscape contain buildings.
Yeah.
Indeed, there are highly attractive areas that don't contain buildings.
Yeah.
And I think that's the distinction he's making. And I think the point he's making about this site is that it doesn't contain built form.
Okay. Now, can we go to your proof, page 9? I want to run through these criteria for land management. And these come from the landscape character assessment for Surrey, which obviously we've seen you tell us is of broad scale and of limited use in assessing the site. But I do want to run through these criteria because you referred to them. So the first bullet point under land management is encourage landowners to maintain an appropriate management. So, I mean, this scheme is fully compliant with that, isn't it? Because it introduces management across the site.
Agreed?
Yeah, good. The second one is encourage consistent management and restocking of hedgerows. So again, I mean, there is no active management or legal obligation for management at the present time. There will be comprehensive management, won't there, of landscape across the site through the LEMP and the SCMP if the scheme's permitted.
Agreed?
So that's complied with too. Yes?
Agreed.
Agreed. Now, the next one is protect sunken lanes. And in your evidence in chief, you reiterated your position that you consider sunken lanes to be relevant to this scheme. Is that right?
Yes.
So I just want to understand that with you, please. Are you saying that Midhurst Road in the vicinity of the site comprises a sunken lane?
No, the part that is immediately adjacent to the site is just about at grade with the field, and that's why you can get access into it.
So the actual area of Midhurst Road where we are having impact by putting in the access and the lodge and everything else that's there, that is not a sunken lane, is it?
That part is not, no.
So we're not actually having any adverse impact on a sunken lane, correct?
Where it's abuts the site, adjacent to the site, no.
No, but I mean, we're not having an impact on a sunken lane anywhere else, are we, apart from the access? I mean, the access is the only point we...
Let's say no.
Right, so there's compliance with that third bullet
Yes.
point. Yeah, okay, good. Fourth, manage trees and woodlands to ensure that key views are retained. Now, pause there. Obviously, management is secured through this scheme, so that's complied with, yes?
Yes.
And there are no key views, are there, identified from the site
No.
in any documentation? No, okay, thank you. So that's complied with. Encourage, sorry, the next one is promote traditional woodland management techniques. Again, presumably that is complied with through the LEMP, etc. Yes?
I would presume so, yes.
Yes, you presume so. Good. And 6, encourage understanding and conserve the historic elements of the landscape. Now, we've got the Walker's Bothy has got various proposals for interpretation boards, etc. But in terms of encouraging understanding and conserving the historic elements of the landscape, I know you don't give it much weight, but allowing the spigot to be seen, I know you haven't managed to see it, is something that is positive in terms of conserving a historic element, correct?
It is indeed.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
But I'm not sure that putting an access road to the field is conserving the historic landscape.
Conserve the historic elements
Yeah.
of the landscape.
The field pattern is certainly historic and quite likely is medieval in origin.
Well, where's the evidence on that? I mean, we've got 2 heritage assessments that we've put in that are very detailed.
But from my site visits, from inviting the inspector when he visits the site to look at the field boundaries, there are remnant ditch and burrow boundaries to it. So the ditch and bank boundaries, and I suspect that this site has a medieval origin.
Right, and just to be clear, I mean, this is your second time giving evidence on this. Is that the first time you ever mentioned that?
Yeah, and it was in response to your
Yeah.
question, yes.
First
I
time?
mean, I don't think there's a strong medieval origin, but the field boundaries do suggest that
well-
this is a historic landscape. It's probably not particularly important to the history of lots of
Right. And-
bank and ditch boundaries in the country, but I think that's
And-
it's worth pointing out.
And in relation to my question about where the evidence is to support that view, we've got 2 heritage assessments before this inquiry that we submitted.
But they're referring to built form, aren't they?
I'm sorry, they're heritage assessments of any heritage assets that we were asked to assess.
Okay.
And a field pattern can be a non-designated heritage asset. The council has never suggested before any impact on a medieval field pattern as a
No,
non-designated
I
heritage
don't think it's a strong historic element, but I think they are there.
Well, not strong evidence. There's no evidence, is there, apart from you
Well,
saying
when
it
you
just
visit
now?
the site, they
I
are there.
ought to say at this point that the heritage assessments I have skip read because I understood there wasn't an issue.
Well,
If I need to read them, I'm happy to do that. I'm not sure how far we're going with this.
no.
But it is
I'm
one
gonna move-
area that I'm
Yeah.
not fully au fait with.
Well, I'm going to move on. So I think I've made my point about where this has come from. So point 7, protect and manage beach coppice. I don't think that's relevant, is it, to us?
There is none on the site.
No. 8, encourage sustainable and multi-purpose woodlands. I mean, presumably that is complied with here, given the amount of new planting of woodlands that we're doing, correct?
Yep.
9, encourage the use of locally appropriate species such as oak, Scots pines, alder and yew. That's all specified, isn't it, in the landscape documents that you
Yes.
don't challenge? Yep. So that's complied with. 10, ensure that infrastructure supporting leisure activities is sensibly designed and placed to conserve the rural undisturbed character of the area. I don't think that's an issue for this scheme, is it?
No.
No. Obviously, the SANG management plan deals with a lot of that stuff. 11, retain and enhance public rights of way. We move one right of way near the site, but we don't block up or prevent any public rights of way being used, do we?
No, we don't prevent them, but I think it's worth pointing out, you now have to cross the new access road. When using
Yes.
that public right of way, and that,
Al-
the Bellmouth is quite wide.
Yeah, although we're also moving that footpath away from the busy arterial road, aren't we? And putting vegetation between that and the road. So that would be an improvement in the experience.
Yes and no, you're moving away from busy road, you're also moving closer to the new access road, so I think it's one of those
Right.
swings and roundabouts arguments.
Okay, and just on this, I mean, of course, because the whole site is going to be opened up to public access, if your objective is retaining and enhancing public rights of way, the overall level of public access to land is going to increase significantly, correct?
And the rest of the site, yes.
Yeah, okay. And then 12, encourage sensitive design and management of horse paddocks. Don't think that's really very relevant,
That's
but
not relevant to us.
it does kind of indicate though, doesn't it, that paddocks are not seen as a terribly positive feature, correct?
That's true. I mean, it exhibits certain urban fringe characteristics.
Yeah.
Horticulture and then associated stables and
Yeah,
other bits and pieces you see with
Yeah.
keeping the horses.
yeah. 13, seek to conserve and enhance low-key rural character of footpaths through the encouragement of appropriate surfacing materials and signage. That's not in dispute in this case, is it?
No,
No. For the next one is maintain unsettled wooded skyline. I mean, Red Court Wood would continue to represent the skyline in views from the north, wouldn't it? Its canopy would be sitting above the new homes, correct?
I'm just trying to read and think at the same time. I'd agree, yes.
And in views from the south, Belville Lane, again, Red Court would again hold the skyline, wouldn't it?
Yes.
15 and the next 2 I don't think are relevant, which are consider mitigation such as woodland planting, that's quarrying, so that's irrelevant. Promote nature conservation on golf courses, so that's irrelevant. You then turn to built development, conserve the secluded, largely unsettled landscape. Now, I assume that's in dispute, but the homes that we are placing on the site, with the exception of the lodge, are all in close proximity to the existing main settlement, correct?
Yes, but the unsettled landscape, which is in
Yeah.
dispute.
And moreover, the housing, the 100 110 houses, the subject of the outline planning permission, are largely invisible from public viewpoints, correct? Yeah. Next one, conserve the distinct pattern and character of existing settlements and historic buildings and their settings. There's a detailed analysis by Mr. Pullen and I think by Mr. Smith of the settlement pattern and how we would relate to that. You've not pursued a case on impact on settlement pattern, have you?
No,
No. Okay, so that's fine. 19, use traditional building materials. That's all agreed, isn't it?
Yes.
Because that refers us to the design guides again. 20 and 21, conserve the rural roads and sunken lanes. 21, ensure infill development is sensitive to tree line, sunken lane boundaries. We've agreed, haven't we, that at the only point at which we impact on the road, at the access point, it's not a sunken lane, is it?
no, but the issue there is conserving the rural roads and whether the new access road conserves that rural road, Midhurst Road, or not.
Right, okay, thank you. And then 20, I think the next one is conserve and protect the distinct relationship and character between historic cores of towns and villages. That's not relevant here, is it?
I think the issue here is if we read infill development as the new access road, it's not necessarily sensitive to tree-lined lane because we're removing some trees or there's replacement tree planting going in.
Sorry, we're looking at the right one. Conserve and protect the distinct relationship and character between historic cores of towns and villages. I think you've gone. Oh, I see. You've gone back to, so you're looking at you're looking at the one before, which is ensure infill development is sensitive to tree line, sunken lanes.
Sunken lane.
But it's not a sunken lane.
Not
is
a
it?
sunken lane,
No.
but it's tree lined.
Okay, but I mean, this is a policy about tree line sunken lanes, and it's not a sunken lane, is it?
But it's tree lined.
Right, okay, fine. Now, 22 was the one I was asking you about. That's not relevant. Is it the next one, which is conserve and protect the distinct relationship and character between historic cores? That's
Agreed.
not relevant. Yeah. 23 and on conserve the undisturbed wooded skyline, and 24 on dark skies. We've already agreed those are not in dispute, are they?
Correct.
Okay. And then 25, 26, 27, they're the last three. I don't think they're relevant, are they, or alleged to be breached, are they, by you?
Tall structures is not.
No. I think all of that's really, I mean, sympathetic
I'm
sighting.
trying to read it and have a.
Yeah, can you read through and tell me?
I'd agree.
Okay, good. Now, if we then turn to your landscape effects analysis in your proof, please. So that's, I think, page 15. This is essentially, this table and the notes that you put on the side, they essentially constitute, don't they, your analysis of the landscape effects, correct?
Yes.
Now, you haven't, as we've discussed, referred to either in this table or generally, have you, the guidelines by Natural England on the designation that we've talked about, nor the Surrey Hills Environmental Design Guide?
No.
So when we're looking at LCA 1 and LCA 2, could we again go please to page 19 of Mr. Smith's proof, just to look at the proposal again. If we're understanding what the impact is of on the landscape of LCA 1 and 2, can we just see if we can agree some broadly factual points? All of the proposed housing, apart from the lodge, is located in close proximity to the existing settlement in Hazelmere and the existing housing, correct?
The Scotland Close, yes.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, Scotland Close, we can see, can't we, there's a sort of a square of houses that sort of cut into the area of the appeal site. So, for example, the houses over here in LCA 1, they go no further out into the countryside, do they, than Scotland Close? So do you see the houses over here to the side?
I'd agree.
Yeah, you agree. And then you've actually got on the other side of the scheme, you've got houses that come in and cut down to the northern part of the site. So the reality is that all of the proposed housing is closely aligned with the existing settlement edge, correct?
At the bottom settlement edge, yes.
Yes. Good. And in terms of impacts outside of that area, we are confined really to talking about the access, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you were going to develop the appeal site, would you agree with me that putting the housing in LCA 1 and LCA 2 is absolutely the best place to put it?
I find it difficult to agree with you that we're going to develop a national landscape full stop.
Well, you say that, but I mean, we'll come to this when I cross-examine Mr. Johnson later, but this council has granted planning permissions for major development of a larger scale in the AONB and has allocated sites for almost as much development, one less than ours, in the AONB. So there is not a blanket ban on the development of housing in AONBs, is there?
No.
No. And national policy specifically allows it. So just bear with me on this. If you were going to develop this site, there is no question that LCA 1 and 2 is the best place to put the housing. You wouldn't for a moment suggest that it would be preferable in landscape terms to put it in any of the other LCAs, would you?
No, within the red line application
Yeah.
area,
Yeah.
if you were to accept that housing could be permitted,
Yeah.
this is the best place to put it, yes.
Yeah. And in terms of what's driving any landscape impact, what's driving the landscape impact in relation to LCA 2 is it's the housing itself, isn't it, that's causing you to come to your substantial adverse effect, correct?
Yes, it's the change in landscape character
Yeah.
from nationally protected high value landscape to that of housing.
Okay, and in relation to that, although that is obviously a landscape impact, as you put it forward, in terms of visibility, the housing in LCA 2 is well nigh invisible from any public viewpoint.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, and in relation to LCA 1, again, the housing, apart from the AVR, which I pointed out to you, where you can in the winter views just about catch the tops of some of the houses, again, the housing in LCA 1 is largely invisible from public viewpoints.
It is. It's the access road and the lodge,
Yeah.
and the other engineering features that are in dispute.
Now, you also say, don't you, in relation to both LCA 1 and LCA 2, in your final column on notes, you say the landscape effects of new built form within the national landscape are permanent and cannot be mitigated.
Yes.
Okay. So, as I understand it, you're saying that there is no form of mitigation that you believe exists in relation to the landscape impacts that are affected by building houses in LCA 1 and 2 and the access as well. Is that right?
Yes.
So I just want to understand it. I mean, I know that there's a difference between landscape and visual effects, but if we go back to, if you go to page 21, sorry, page 21 of your proof, you recognise, don't you, for example, in relation to the public footpath along Midhurst Road, that the visual effects of that begin as substantial adverse in year 1 and come down to moderate adverse in year 10, and I think we then agreed slight adverse in year 15.
Yes.
What's driving that change in your adverse effect over time is the extent of landscape planting in and around the access, correct?
Yes.
So it can mitigate the visual impact, but in your view, it can't mitigate the landscape impact. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 5.10 of your proof, you say it's acknowledged the proposals have been put forward to reduce the adverse effects. But in my opinion, this would fundamentally undermine the character of this length of the road, resulting in a substantial adverse effect on the green, sunken and enclosed character of Midhurst Road. So, I mean, this is one of the places where you've referred to it being sunken, but we've dealt with that. It's not
Yeah.
sunken, is it,
Yeah.
in the area of the access? So that's fine. But this is this not a section where you're dealing, starts at 5.5, talks about landscape characteristics, and then you've got development proposals and changes to the national landscape. Is this about landscape, this section?
Yes,
So you are recognising then that there are proposals that have been put forward to reduce the adverse effects of the landscape. What are those things that have been put forward to reduce the adverse effects on the landscape?
principally new planting, and we heard the use of natural stone, the retaining wall.
Right. And are you saying that those have, even after 10, 15 years, when you think the mitigation will be effective in visual terms, you're saying that none of that has any impact on the level of landscape harm?
I think it has some,
Right, some impact.
but I think there will always be, in my view, a residual adverse landscape effect within the receiving landscape.
Yeah, but I mean, if we can now agree, which I think we have, and I'm grateful to you for this, agreeing now that there is in fact mitigation that we've put forward and that it will have some effect on the impacts year 1, year 10, year 15. Can we just turn back to your page 15 and just help me on this? You've got substantial adverse in both year 1 and year 10. Do we now have to change the year 10 effect to a lesser than substantial adverse effect?
But for which one, please?
Well, for LCA 1 and 2.
No, I still think there would be, I think the effects will reduce,
Right.
but my view is there still will be a substantial adverse effect.
And at year 15, which is when you believe the planting will be effective, surely it comes down at that point.
Not for landscape effects, no.
No, okay. All right, thank you. Now, I think yes. I think you've just acknowledged, haven't you, in relation to the access area, you acknowledged that the changes in the height of the retaining wall and the use of characteristic materials have mitigated the impact of that particular feature, correct?
Of that feature, although what I'm not sure or convinced about is whether if the retaining wall is reduced in height, one presumes the slopes will be steeper.
Well,
I
it
have
has.
to consider whether the steeper slopes are in themselves an adverse effect or not.
Well, it has been reduced in height, and that's what's shown in the
Yeah, but if
AVRs.
you've reduced the height of the retaining wall,
Yeah.
it follows you're going to have to increase the height or increase the angle of the sill behind it.
Well, can we look at Mr. Smith's proof again, please, page 72 and 73. Is the retaining wall even visible?
Yeah, hang on.
72 and 73 of Mr. Smith's proof.
Okay.
Is the retaining wall even visible in that picture? In that AVR? I mean, can you even see it for the green that's over it?
And what is the height of the proposed retaining walls? Do we know?
Well, I don't know. What I'm asking you is, can you see it in the image?
Well, what I'm saying is, I would be slightly suspicious about how accurate that representation is.
Well,
If we can't see retaining wall, we know there is a retaining wall proposed, and we suggest that you should be able to see it.
well, before you go down that, you've already agreed with me that you don't challenge in any way the accuracy of the AVRs, and you've
No,
agreed
but-
that in the statement of common ground. So you're not going to go back on that now, are you?
No, but I'm
No.
trying to respond to your question. You're saying
Mm.
to me, we can't see the retaining wall,
Mm.
which I agree, we can't see the retaining
Yeah.
wall. I'm just questioning why we don't see the retaining wall.
Yeah, it's because it's below the green that you can see.
So if we took another shot somewhere else, you would see the retaining wall. Is
Well-
this shot simply being very sympathetic to the cause, and that's why you don't see it. So, but we are saying that at some point within the receiving landscape, you will
Yeah.
see a retaining wall.
Okay, we'll go to page 66 then. Yeah. I mean, again, we can't see it in that one, can we?
Well, it's the same point. We're saying that there is a retaining wall proposed.
Right. And what
And
about,
is it simply that, no, that the shot has been taken to be
Yeah.
sympathetic to the cause so that you don't see it?
well,
If a retaining wall is proposed, you
Yeah.
are going to see it at some point, aren't you?
and what about page 61 again?
Well, it's the same point, isn't it? We're going around in circles.
Yeah. And
If an engineering structure is proposed to retain that soil, it must be visible.
Mm.
And so there must be a point somewhere where that structure is going to be visible. It's a matter of fact, isn't it?
Well, sure, but
Well,
We've agreed the
it is-
viewpoint.
It is or it isn't, isn't it? It's an engineering feature to retain the soil.
Hmm.
If that feature must be visible somewhere, and if the height of that wall has been reduced, it follows that the soil that's being supported, the angle will have to be increased to compensate for the reduction in height retaining wall.
but the reduction took place years ago. We've had 2 inquiries since then. You haven't, in any of that time, or on 2 occasions giving evidence, sought to investigate that further. You could have produced your
Well,
own
I'm simply
visualizations.
responding to your questions, to your points. I'm
Well,
doing my best to answer your
okay.
question.
All right. Well, I mean, let's not go down that rabbit hole any further, please. Can I ask you, please, then about tree loss on the access? And I think there are a number of things we probably need to look at, but can we start, please, by going to NID 8.5? NID 8.5.
I am with you.
Now, this plan, if you look at the first page of this plan, it shows us, doesn't it, the trees and vegetation that are proposed to be removed as a result of the development, correct? It's the red colour.
So the red,
Yeah, so you'll see
the
key.
red circles.
Yeah, well, the key says
Are
tree.
trees to be removed?
Yeah,
That's
trees
the
to be
usual
removed.
form.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are a number of areas on the site where trees and vegetation are being removed. In relation to those, your only objection, as I understand it in landscape terms, to loss of trees is at the access, correct?
And for the road widening.
Yeah. So it's, if you look at,
Well, it's where trees are required to remove to enable development.
well, I mean, no, because where in your proof do you complain about tree loss at any point other than the access?
Do I not say along the road, along Midhurst Road?
Okay, sorry, maybe I'm not making myself clear. I'm not just saying the narrow access, but your concern is, so if let's do it this way. You see the 2 purple crosses on the
Yes.
plan, which are the trees that have already been removed, yes?
This is by Surrey Highways.
Yes, by Surrey, yeah. If you follow that line up, there's a red line that goes all the way up the Midhurst Road till it meets some green that's being retained, correct?
Yes.
That's the area in which you're concerned about loss of trees, correct?
Yes.
You don't raise loss of trees on any other point of the site, correct? Because there are other trees removed, aren't there?
Within which area, please?
Well, look, there's red above that, there's red to the side of it, there's red in various places across this plan. But your objection is confined to those trees and shrubs that run along the Midhurst Road, correct?
Principally, yes, because this is the existing vegetation, which is highly visible from the highway and from the public footpath.
You say principally, but I mean, other than the ones that run along Midhurst Road, have you ever raised an issue about loss of trees elsewhere on site?
No.
No. Okay, good. Now, obviously, in terms of what's being removed by the proposal, it's less than was considered by the inspector on the previous appeal because 2 of the trees have already been removed by the Highway Authority, correct?
Yeah, the 2 big old beech trees that come down.
They've come down, yeah. And that's one of the reasons, isn't it, why we did new AVRs?
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we discussed this last time, and I want to just be clear on it again. Most of the trees that are being removed are category C trees. Almost all of them are category C trees, aren't they?
They do, but I
Yeah.
think it's important to also recognise that ARB assessments make a value judgment about individual trees. It's important to also consider the collective value of
Yeah.
those trees
Yeah.
as much as the individual value of those trees.
Yeah.
And the collective value is provide a tree-lined route along the road.
Well, I might have to come back to you on that because I'm
course.
pretty sure when you go to the category definitions, that group value is taken into account when
But
you're...
I'm making the point that there's a collective value as well as an individual value,
All right, well,
both visually and in landscape
I'm
terms.
going to ask someone behind me to look at this while we talk about something else, because I've had this issue before, and actually the categorization of A, B, C does take into account group value. So
I'm making the point that there's, in landscape terms, as much as arboricultural terms,
yeah,
there is a collective value in trees that maybe are a group C,
yeah,
but together they do have a collective value in landscape terms.
all right. But category C is the lowest category in arboricultural terms for tree, correct?
Or there's U, which is,
Well, there's U, which is no value. We don't even get the no value, but okay.
but there's A, B, and C.
All right.
A is highest, C is lowest.
Yeah, okay. Now, that's the tree loss. So, and we're mostly focused, as we've said, in fact, entirely focused and up until now on the trees that are lost along
Midhurst Road.
yes, along Midhurst Road. Yeah. So this is in the just for reference in the arboricultural assessment, which is CD 1.38. Hang on, let me just check that. CD. Oh yes, 1.39 actually. CD 1.39. Page 2.
It's the tree survey.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, I think it's 3.8. 3.9 is the part.
Okay. So is it the wrong one then? Sorry, it is. Just 1 second. Oh yeah, sorry, it is actually 1.38, which is the tree survey report. Sorry, it's 1.38, the tree survey report. And if you go to electronic page 3, so, I mean, obviously some of the trees that are being removed are category U trees, and those are trees in such a condition they cannot realistically be retained as living trees.
I call it dead, dying and dangerous.
Yeah, okay. And that's why those two were removed by the Highway Authority, because they're category U trees. So, you know, we don't need to worry about those. Category C trees, trees of low quality with an estimated remaining life expectancy of at least 10 years, or young trees with a stem diameter below 150 millimeters. And then if you look at under mainly landscape value, trees present in groups or woodlands, but without this conferring on them significantly greater collective landscape value, and or trees offering low or only temporary transient landscape benefit. In contrast, if you look at category B, trees present in numbers usually growing as groups or woodlands, such that they attract a higher collective rating than they might as individuals. So their categorization takes into account, doesn't it, their landscape value as a group.
Yes.
Yeah, and the vast majority of the trees that we're removing are category C, which means that they are of low arboricultural value and they're of limited landscape value.
I'd agree.
All right, good. Now, having established that, can we then look at the other side of this about tree planting, please? So again, I think Mr. Smith's proof is probably the best place to deal with this. can you go please to his page 21?
I'm with you.
Now, there's a series of plans here showing the proposed new tree planting. So the first one, figure 37, which is at the top of the page, this is the area around Midhurst Road, where obviously your focus is on the loss of the trees. Now, all of the light green trees there are new trees that are proposed to be planted, correct?
Yes.
Now, I don't suppose you've counted them up, but we have. There's 76 new trees planted in that area. Any reason for you to question that?
As a matter of fact, no.
No. And then if you look at figure 38, that's down at the southern part of the site again. And again, there we've counted 89 new trees proposed. Any
Okay.
reason to dispute that?
No.
And then if you look at figure 39, again, this is an area where we've counted 14 new trees
Goes
proposed.
over the page.
No, at the bottom of that first page, page 21, figure 39 in the corner, left-hand corner, figure 39.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was
Yeah.
against like trees, I thought
Yeah,
it would be.
14.
Yeah.
And then over the page, we've got figure 41. In that area, which is down in the south, we've got 24 new trees and scrub as well. Yes.
Yes.
And then figure 40, which is the one in the bottom left-hand corner, this is a proposed entire new woodland. So it's over 100 new trees in that woodland. Yes.
Yes.
And then the last one, figure 42, we count 63 new trees in that area. Any reason for you to dispute any of those figures in terms of new tree planting?
Well, of course not, no.
No. And that's not including, is it, trees in the outline area? Because on page 26 of Mr. If you go forward to page 26 of Mr. Smith's proof, there's also, obviously it's outlined, but there's also going to be proposed planting within the outline area. All of those other plans are within the detailed area, yes?
Yes.
So there's, we think, just by counting them, they're obviously illustrative, but if you look at figure 56, this is illustrative and I accept that, but the planting strategy there shows 161 new trees proposed there. Again, you've got no reason to dispute that figure either, have you?
Of course not, no.
No. Now, I just wanted to ask you about this a little bit further. We think that's about, I think it's 266 new trees, something like that, new trees in total, not including, I think, the woodland where you've got 100 plus on top of that. But can I just ask you, we have to weigh up, don't we, not just the trees that are lost, we also have to consider, don't we, the trees that will be planted, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your proof at 7.4, not 7.4, in your proof at, I think it will be 8.4, yes, you set out the various policies, first of all, from the local plan, but at 8.5, you deal with the neighbourhood plan. And over the page, you allege a breach, don't you, of policy H9 of the neighbourhood plan?
I'm with you.
Yes?
Yes.
Now, I just want to understand that evidence with you. So could we look at policy H9? And that's in CD 6.3.
Do I need to have it up or are you just going to read it out to me?
Well, I'm happy to read it out.
Yes, a bit quicker perhaps.
Okay, so for everyone else, I'm going to H9, which I think is page 36. Let me just check. Yes, so it's electronic page 36 and numbered page 36. And I'm particularly interested in, there's policy H9.4, which is on page 37. And after the first main paragraph, there are two sub-paragraphs, and they say this: trees proposed for removal should be specified in a tree removal plan. Replacements but planting should be specified in a tree planting landscaping plan. And then it says all landscaping and replacement planting specified within the application as permitted should be completed before the dwellings are occupied, and this should be covered by an appropriate 106 requirement. Now, just in relation to that, please, that policy therefore expressly recognises, doesn't it, that trees can be removed because it's dealing with replacement planting, yes?
Yes.
So the removal of trees per se isn't a breach of H9. You have to consider what's being removed and what's being put in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in talking about trees and planting, obviously we talked about earlier, didn't we, that a number of trees have already been planted by the appellant, haven't they, as advance planting in advance of this proposal getting consent, correct?
Correct.
Good. Okay. Now, final topic, I think. Or final, not quite. Final couple of topics. Just on landscape related.
Are you teasing me then?
No, I am teasing you. Yeah, it's the Columbo approach of just one more question, and that's when the murderer always gives up. So now,
It's a fair clock, Gov.
unknown at this stage. We talked a lot in this cross-examination about the landscape benefits. So I think I can probably I had a section on that. I can probably skip that. What I wanted to ask you about in more detail was the previous inspector's decision. We've touched on that a number of times. And I want to just ask you a couple of questions about that because it's something that you deal with specifically in your proof at 9.3.
Do I need to open up a document?
Yeah, if you'd open your proof, I think, but I don't think we need to go to the inspector's
Okay,
decision.
I've got my proof open.
So 9.3, there's just a couple of things I want to ask you about on the inspector's decision. We've touched on some of these points already. I'm not going to go back over those. But the first point I need to tackle with you, and I'm really reluctant to tackle it with you, but because you've used this particular phrase, I have to tackle it with you. You say this experienced inspector. Now, can I just understand why you say that? Are you trying to suggest that more weight should be given to the inspector's decision last time because he's an experienced inspector?
No, I used a point that he is an experienced inspector,
Right.
as indeed inspectors into my right.
Right, but I mean,
I think it's, you know, it's important to recognise that
yeah,
he's not like a greenhorn. He's, you know,
but I mean,
been to attended lots of inquiries and appeals, and I think it's important to
well,
give him some weight and his experience some weight.
well, but have you actually looked at that? I mean, have you actually looked at the evidence on that? I mean, do you know how many inquiries Inspector Bristow had determined?
No, but it's
No.
something we've discussed as a team, and it seems to me that he is inexperienced.
Right.
My opinion is he's an experienced inspector.
Okay, well, I mean,
You disagree with me, but that's what I'm.
well, I just ask you, I'm not going to disagree with you, but I'm going to ask you, have you actually looked at how many appeals he's actually
No,
determined?
no, it's something we've
All right,
discussed.
well, I'm not going to go any
as
further
the
into it
team,
then.
and that's
I'm not going to go any further.
conclusion I've reached.
You're not suggesting we give more weight to the decision because of that, correct?
No.
No, okay, good. Well, I'm not going to take that any further. Now, just on the points that you raise, you sort of identify 5 principal reasons.
Yes.
I'm not going to tackle all of them with you because we've touched on some of them. The first one's about the spigot, which I'm not going to go back to. 2, he considers the community benefits, including the Skelton Forest School, would reduce tranquility, which is a characteristic of much of the AOMB. Now, it is recognised, isn't it, both in the NPPF, but also in a number of other guidance documents, that one should actually be encouraging access to national landscapes, correct?
I'd agree.
So isn't it a little bit strange to suggest that it's a damaging thing to put things in the landscape which encourage people to use and access them on the basis that it will reduce tranquility?
I think the point he's making is that you can encourage community benefit through say passive activities, walking, riding, etc., that wouldn't reduce tranquility. I think the point he's making here is that the community benefits, the Scouts and the Forest School would reduce tranquility by the activity and the noise they generate. Some community benefits wouldn't generate so much noise and activity than others. But I think that's the point he's making. One is sort of.
But policy and guidance strongly encourages increased recreational use.
Yeah, but some recreational use, such as a passive recreational use, wouldn't reduce tranquility in the way that the Scouts and Forest School might do.
All right, well,
I think that's the point he's making.
well, I mean, my submission will be again that the previous inspector misunderstood the guidance. You don't agree with me?
I'm simply giving an explanation why I think he has come to that conclusion. He's, you know, there's a passive recreational use that wouldn't reduce tranquility.
Yeah.
And in this case, I think he's considering that the activity associated with the Scouts and Forest School would reduce tranquility. Yeah. Rather than a passive recreational use.
Okay, and then
I think that's what he's saying.
yeah, 4, he considers Midhurst Road where it passes the appeal site is characteristic of country or sunken lanes. Well, not sunken lanes, correct?
We've dealt with, you.
Yeah. And then the final point, the 5, we don't need to go back to, that deals with the gatehouse, which I think we've talked about enough. So the final, really genuinely final matter, alternative site assessment. Now, in your proof at paragraphs 8.9 and 10, you say that Mr. Johnson's proof includes a detailed assessment set out in Appendix 5, including high-level assessment of landscape effects, which you have contributed to. So have you got Mr. Johnson's proof and his appendices available?
I can look it up on the core documents if that helps.
Okay, yeah, you can look at it on the core documents. It's going to be NID 5 point. No, that's Mr. Yeah, no, that it's the number 6, I think it is. Yeah, 5.6, 5.6. I think.
Mr. Johnson's proof.
Well, I'm
summary?
actually looking for, yeah, I'm looking for his proof and his appendices. I think they're in the same, yeah, no,
Perhaps
hang on.
Mr. Johnson, you do.
So 5.5 is the proof.
5.5.
Yeah.
I'm told from the voice.
5.5 is the proof. And the appendices,
Are in there.
oh, I see, they're separately above it. So what I would like to look at is, although I think you cross-refer to Appendix 5, I think it's actually Appendix 7. So if you look at it, do you see that says 5.5 Appendix 7? Do you see that? Site assessment. Can you see that? And then actually when you go to it, it does label itself Appendix 5, but it's actually Appendix 7.
No, I'm getting lost. NID 5.
5.
Yes.
And then there's several of those, and the one that says Planning Appendix 7.
So if I click on 5.5, or
Well, you can, but there are loads of 5.5, so you need to click on the one that says 5.5 Planning Appendix 7. Is it all just one? Okay. I've got it differently for you. So it's all in 5.5. Just click on 5.5.
click on 5.5, it
Yeah.
will
And then
include appendices, will it?
I've got it in a slightly different form, but if you go to Appendix 5,
I've got it open. So the appendices, but about here we go. The appendices 1, 2, 8.
yeah. So I think it's, anyway, I mean, if we just look at it, this is the list of sites assessed as alternatives. Now, just to understand your role in relation to this, it was an entirely desktop exercise, so you didn't visit any of the sites.
Apart from the answer is yes. So the answer, I didn't visit any of the sites
Yeah.
apart from Farnham Park, which I know well because I attended an inquiry for it.
Okay. And I think you've referred to it both in your written proof and in your oral evidence as a high-level assessment.
Yes.
Which self-evidently it
Yes.
is. Now, a number of these alternatives are also, aren't they, in the national landscape?
Yes.
I think, for example, sites 17, sites 17 and 18, for example, are wholly within the Greenbelt National Landscape.
Greenbelt National
Wholly within the
Landscape.
Greenbelt National Landscape. And obviously, your assessment, if we look, for example, at what you've added to this assessment on alternatives, you've included, what you've included is effectively a landscape value, a landscape susceptibility, and a landscape sensitivity assessment.
Yeah,
correct?
which is based on a desktop study,
Yeah.
aerial photographs
Yeah.
and a local plan.
So you come up with high, because these are sites, as I understand it, in the national landscape, like the appeals
Yeah,
site. Yes.
so
Yeah. But I mean, obviously we know, don't we, that on the appeal site where we're proposing to put the development is particularly well contained position and not visible from the wider landscape and hardly visible from public viewpoints at all, the housing. You've not undertaken any assessment of how that would compare if one was developing any of these sites?
no,
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Petro. Those are all my questions. Thank you,
We're done?
sir. We're done. We are done.
Not necessarily, because now you get the scary bit. I haven't got any questions, but there may be some
re-examination, everyone's
re-examination.
worse.
Summary examination is don't relax, please, Mr. Payne. This is a fatal moment where you get all excited. These are much harder questions. So I've got about maybe 15 minutes if you contend for me to do that. Yeah.
Are you okay?
that's get it over with. I mean the nicest possible.
Yes, again, you look as though you're relaxing, please don't. Can I just draw you back, just a few points, I'm not going to go very, very long. First point, you were asked some questions, you remember about the AMEC study, which is NID 7.24. I wonder if you could get that up. Again, it's remember the area HE 05. It's one of the landscape studies you were asked about.
Yeah, I have to get back in the system. Can you read out to me? Do I need to look at it, or can you read out to me?
Well, it's more, I think you need to look at it probably,
Okay,
because it's
sorry.
looking at the area, there's a little graphic of
I
the
rather foolishly closed
area. Seems
everything
to, I
down.
thought Mr. Smith was about to help then, he was just smiling at me.
No, I can, no, I can call up, in my
So-
excitement, I closed down the,
Yeah, so NID 7.4, and within that, it was, if you're looking at electronic version, it was
just bear with me, hang on.
PDF, sort of page 23, electronic. There was the little
So core documents,
NID, I think Mr. Smith wants to get
NID.
home and he's
so
very kindly,
I've nearly got it, I'm just.
okay. No, I've extended for
I'm
15
worried
hours, so
about my
I know how
brain.
Mr. Marucci cross-examined, so
Thank you.
it's covering all bases. I'm sorry, I'm being flippant and rude. Let me focus, otherwise we will never get home. So you've got it in every format possible now, but I'm looking, if you've got the hard copy, is that what
Thank
you're
you.
looking at? Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I have, yes. I've got that.
So I think page 15 as it's numbered in the top right left, segment HE05.
Yep,
You've got that, and there's a graphic, and it's divided into A and B, and I think we're concerned with A, aren't we?
correct.
So I think you large areas are asked about. Now, just so I understand, it's a genuine question. So when we look down, scroll down, so this is the little heading analysis at 3.6.1 of HEO5A, which is our area, there's a number of bullet points. And it says about the fifth bullet point down on page 16, it says the penultimate bullet point, the segment is within the AONB and or the AGLV and some greenbelt planning legislation. Do you know, if you don't know, tell me, do you know if there are some areas of that which are out with the national landscape but are covered by HEO5A, for example, phase 1, I think, as it's been referred to?
Phase 1 was outside the national landscape, but was within the AGLV.
Yes, so as you understand, is that covered by this HEO5A area?
Yes.
Right, so, okay, we can find out the answer to that if need be. And then just, you can put that document away. I just want you to comment just on this, Mr. Smith's proof, where he deals with HEO5A. If you've got Mr. Smith's proof, if you could turn to para 4.101 in his numbering, which is,
Hang on. I've
sorry,
borrowed it.
you've got that in hard copy, I think, haven't you? And that is, give you the page number. Page 39 of his proof. 4 is where he's got a landscape impact summary heading. Do you see that?
Yes,
And 4.101, first the council's 2018 study, NID 7.24, which is familiar. their parcel HA5 was valued as a medium. I understand that this report lacks granular assessment, brackets. That said, it was based on both desk space and fieldwork. So, but it would be logical that the area adjacent to the urban area and so on. But the proposition he puts forward that lacking granular assessment, what's your view on that? Do you agree it lacks granular assessment or do you disagree?
So what do you mean by granular assessment?
Well, I'm asking you, do you agree with that proposition? If you don't understand what it means, then I'll take it
I don't understand due diligence of the day and whatever else,
All right, don't worry.
what we mean
I'll
here
a-
by
it's- I'll ask
granular
Mr. Smith.
assessment. I basically have a question for Mr. Smith.
Right, I'll ask Mr. Smith. All right, thank you. Now, next series of questions, you were asked some questions, quite a lot of questions about the lodge area, the access, the new proposed lodge, and about whether one could find adverse effects, given that it was put to you that what's been proposed is characteristic in the national landscape. Now, two points. I just wanted to go to your proof on this, just to see where your evidence lands. 5.11 in your proof, which is on page 17 of your evidence. So you asked some questions about this area, and just the second half of that that paragraph 5.11, you're talking about, you say the proposals including the new gatehouse, access road and Rambler shelter are all new built form, which are at odds with the national landscape whose designation is for its natural beauty rather than its built environment. Now, what do you still agree with that bit of your evidence? Is that still your evidence?
I think it's important to realise that this part of the national landscape and the appeal site itself, its importance in terms of natural beauty is its lack of development.
Yeah. So there's a baseline. You had a debate with the learned friend about built environment being part of the intrinsic character of the OMB. But so far as this site and where this area concerned with, what's your view about the relevant sort of baseline the inspector should be assessing?
I think the inspector needs to consider, as did the previous inspector, is the natural beauty arises from its lack of built form.
Yeah.
Its openness, its orality.
Yeah.
Its beauty is there because it is open, undeveloped, doesn't contain built form. That's what gives it special qualities.
Yes. Now, next sentence, you'll think you say the scheme therefore creates a new artificial character, which has serious adverse landscape and visual effects within the receiving landscape, which contributes to the national landscape. Is that of a piece of what you just said? Is that the same point?
Yeah.
Now, on that issue, you were taken to various aspects of the inspector's decision. Can you just go back into that again, which is NID 3.8, and the paragraphs we've looked at several times in isolation, but it's 120 through to 122 on page 22 of the inspector's decision.
You just go down one.
What paragraph 120,
I'm with you.
121 and 122, which I think we've looked at all individually. So I was going to ask you to look at them in the round. And in 120, you'll see the inspector's making some point about the access road and the gatehouse and so forth. And at 121, the inspector says, in relation to Mr. McDermott, who's the previous landscape witness, there's a conscious choice to create the perception of an entrance into a country estate, setting aside the intrinsic design merits and so forth. Inspector says in landscape and visual terms, the intensity of built development around the site access would clearly be at odds with the natural and scenic beauty. And again, what do you understand him to be referring to when he says natural and scenic beauty?
I think it's the same point that he's referring here to the beauty of the landscape here, and it is a beautiful landscape, and that's why it's protected. That's why it's national landscape. The natural and scenic beauty arises from its undeveloped nature, and the imposition of a new gatehouse is at odds with that natural and scenic beauty in this location.
And then when you read 122 in conjunction with that, by consequence, the inspector says the proposal would, in my view, fundamentally and seriously adverse affect landscape and visual character here, which presently contributes towards the landscape and scenic beauty. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, so it's making the same point effectively.
Is that a view with which you
Yes.
agree?
Yes.
Now, thank you. The next point's short one about design. You were asked a number of questions about how you would take and design into account if indeed you had in your
Yes.
assessments. just assist me, what's your position? I just want to make sure I've got a full understanding of.
A
your
position is
answer.
that as part of the deliver assessment, you take design into account.
You've said in your proof, when we go to the reference, that you'd looked at the methodology, just for the inspector's notes, it's section 3 of your evidence. You'd said that you'd looked at the Livier methodology and agreed
Yes.
with it.
Yes,
Does that still remain your position?
yes.
And you remember I asked Mr. Pullen, I think you were here when I was asking him some questions about that methodology and how it dealt with design.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Good. Thank you very much. I can deal with that in submissions. Management plan, you were asked some questions about. You were taken to a bit of your proof that dealt with it, but you weren't taken to another part of your proof that also addressed it. So could I ask you just to look at that, please, on page 24 of your evidence? Because this is the part of your proof you actually address policies P1 and P2 in the
Mhm.
management plan. Your para 8.6 and 8.7. Do you see that?
Yes,
And you see refer to the policies there, policy P1 and P2, and then at 8.8, you give your opinion on those policies. You say it doesn't comply with these requirements. We create a different urban character within the landscape, which is designated for its natural and scenic beauty. Again, when you're referring to the landscape, are you referring to the totality of the A, O, and B, or natural landscape, or are you referring to the site?
to the site.
Thank you. And then you repeat what we've looked at elsewhere with the inspector. The proposals will give rise to a fundamental and serious harm within the national. Presumably that should be landscape before.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Nearly there. Yes. You also, back to the inspector's decision, please. NID 3.8, you were taken and asked about a particular paragraph in the context of LCA 1 and 2. That was paragraph 84 on page 16. Do you remember?
So can
And
take
you-
me back to the,
Inspector's appeal decision.
which one is it?
Sorry, it's NID 3.8.
Officially closed down.
And you were asked some questions or a question in relation to paragraph 84 and where the inspector referenced in particular in the context of LCA 1 and 2, WBC described them as paddocks. It's the last sentence in
Yes,
paragraph 84. Now, that's one part where the inspector refers to those. Just to give, if I may, context, can we just take you to other parts where he refers to fields?
okay.
So we look at paragraph 96, because he says what he says in those paragraphs, and then as I looked at you earlier, paragraph 87, he goes through 10 principal reasons. Paragraph 96, which is one of those reasons, I think his 8th reason, at the last sentence, he says, he goes through various points about the LCAs. He says, similarly, modest fields as at LCA 1 and LCA 2 are commonplace throughout the AO and B. Do you agree with that?
Yes, so that's we look at the management plan,
Yeah.
these fields are very much a character of
Yeah.
the Surrey landscape assessment in this area.
So that's giving the paddocks context within the national
So
landscape.
it's consistent
Yeah,
with
all right.
those special qualities.
And then 99, paragraph 99, a bit further on, he says specifically then, summing up this part of his decision, in respect of LCA 1 and LCA 2 specifically on account of the foregoing, in terms of the landscape as a resource, their sensitivity may fairly be summarised as medium to high, taking account of landscape value and susceptibility. Again, your views on that, please.
Agree?
Thank you. Thank you. I think my last question about trees, I've decided to deal with in another way. So that is my questions of examination. Those are my questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That really is it this time. Okay, thanks very much everyone for the afternoon. Where are we? About 5:10. We'll resume tomorrow morning at 9:30, where we're going to hear from Mr. Harrison for the Rule 6 party.
Yeah, so can I just ask on timetable, doesn't seem likely, does it, that we're going to get to ecology? I don't know whether we will or we won't, because do you think we will? By Friday, it's possible, I suppose. Well, obviously. Well, yes.
Suspect how long you think you have for Mr. Harrison, which maybe is an unknown quantity. I suspect if it helps in my estimate's probably still about right for Mr. Smith of 3 hours. That's still my best estimate, maybe
I-
maybe a lot shorter.
Yeah, it's difficult, obviously. I suspect not ecology. That's my feeling.
I think I would agree, because remember there's a possibility of building in the Rule 6 party cross-examining on landscape as well.
But you very much so, because you've identified, obviously,
Yeah.
I think originally 3 hours and, yep, Rule 6 for an hour. Are we thinking of availability of witness?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not really for me because the first ecology witness will be the Rule 6 parties. Well,
That's, yeah.
yeah.
I think let's leave it. I mean, we're making very good time overall. Famous last words. I'm confident we'll get all the evidence done in 2 weeks, which.
Well, so I think we're both a bit nervous about that because I think the planning is quite extensive on both
Yeah,
sides.
well,
So
Let's see.
yeah,
I live in hope. But in any event, I think to bring ecology forward would cause, if nothing else, me a bit of a problem, because although I've read the proofs 1.5 times, I want to read them at least twice. So let's leave ecology till next week.
okay. Well, that settles it.
Oh, well,
then.
that settles that.
That settles it.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. So 9:30 tomorrow then.
There is a meeting here tonight, so we have to.
Oh, we clear out, yeah.
We can, well, I don't know, certainly I need to leave stuff somewhere, someone's coming down to indicate where we can. I think if you leave it at the sides at your risk,